powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
one. We use for servicing at the same time. This indicator is used for alignment. So whatever you do here, it's being indicated on the screen. Very fine. We use to show the student the end product of what they are going to learn. So this is very accompanying. This is a Toyota car. Yeah, Toyota Corolla. These are rear engine. We have the gasoline type and then the diesel type. They are all electronic ones, modern electronic engines. Handbrake trainer. The student will know how the handbrake is being fixed and then its operation. We have manual engines Also, you will have hands training on them. Your Excellency, you have types of gearbox over here. The manual type and then the automatic one. And then we have it being coupled with trailers. That is over here. The gearbox is being coupled with motor and then a drive shaft. So when it's being powered, we'll be able to operate it and show to the students how the automatic system works. Today, Erbo, a pro, Ghana. Na Obiara, Nanyoso, Aza, Obiaya Manana. More so dying the ordinance. H. Magana, here you na Ada Nazaroko, Ama Biara, Osan, Aza, Yayamo. Abetrabi, I am Zamepi. On the working free SHS. I'm at this time around and my family in Nara at least Wurumu, who they are, Otumuko school, Otumu one left from the right. Now Emma will feel proud. They want to wear Ghanaians. Yamin sure. Otie bien. Yarbe ya obey. Ma our day ye biara. I am him. Where were he and Durba? Amayata po. Amay to me a blow. Magana Wakodo. Sabema and Nasia. Sir, the smile Nasia Mebo, my niece and Meba, and my probably do Central Region. 15 months a man there. The member fear about the child, about the circle, not yet. Way in the Central Region. We did just say, about this year, with that say. Bassam about ready a cosso. Buying Shisha, why in Phibia, my address, and near me, the many the boss. Maybe I never did. The office, Otrano, Oma, a hoyo there, too much. And they must be forced here. To me, I'm in the many berry. The Mammy Quanso, 80 a month for so summer, a down Kumaso. I had to say, never need be also so, with your tutor every year. You saw, the Quanso about the damn month was 82. You're my 50 mountain. Sabato ya tone relance. MPP. Yenya wo mu no. Se me ba e won to ma me no e bedase. Ni nyina a chi so no. Mi akasa me de. Mujina mechi. Central Region, Fifi Mountain. 19 out of the 23 seats a while. E to ma me. Emma Minya so. You could be. Nabas about the dog mining in us. Power in Jamaica. The Marble Slow said the day in no so. Your man says I for 4. Till by a massive program. mefa kwanya yeso ada wasi bebre na mabo abaso enam covid semsema esi in fact me ameno kase na me aso meti amanone ho na me so di me lebra nkakra na wo hwe oman bi ti America yare yi bai ye ho kire yen enipa la efrim na natumi abone ho modern sika wasɛ no emo a wode aboa na yare sɛne eye ehu ɛwa amanone a wo mokura wo de wo ho wo bibi papa kura no sabi wo ho kire wo pa na so na nada roma yare eye ehu wa hakura na ye ehu ni saa etuwe de mefa kwanya so madda na nase na ma mo na hunu sɛ sɛne be ma be ya no aye no wa bɔ ne ho modern papa wa ya de pa Ghana mada na nase bebre
Edi kan na breku me do ase edwabo ya woda no a aboaboa na nanum nyina de aba be hia me fefe se onyame enhyira o me da ase papa na eno achi nso no nsem fefe a waka family ne adwuma ye no so me do ase papa me ba se me ba be hwe aban adwuma ekoso ba bia edu na fem so metie nsema da koma so na amadwuma aban eye na se etete ye amamu no a enya kwan etumi aye ba biom se me ba be da mo ase abaye to ye de sema twamui 3 constituencies a war I said central and south there and that's what yafa and abreku north nkwana akwako yira kakra na we said the bufufro e be there e be ko ba bi esese ko
groundbreaking in 2020. The contract is 31 in fact, I want to show a brief on the Japanese fund over the years. They've been very helpful to us. In 1993, we completed the Lambda project, the Master and then in 2013, they provided acid parcel, which is 60 kilometers. Currently, like you see, they are now back on the road and they are giving 30 kilometers. From here to Yamasa, we have a line that fund, which Chief Director which have rolled out. What we are going to do is to do sectional repair on the road and then put the shackle back. This is the scope of the work. As part of the road, it's actually 30 kilometers. Now looking at the commercial activities in Pacific, we have decided to realize the road. So 1.2 kilometers of Pacific will be realized. We'll have 2 years. Then we have the reconstruction of the railway underpass, which in the future will be a new line. We have a modern toll plaza that is going to be built at Asintas. We will relocate that and move it further and create. Then we have this typical section that will look like Asintas. There's an intersection where the personal should go about to be because the railway. And this one takes us down. Then we have the rural area south concession. Then we have the civil system legalization. We actually visit the JC barriers instead of cutting them here so that we can keep value of our properties and put it to the next. This is a typical section of the underpass, that's the ring of the city. And then
this is what's coming in this allocation on the road. Then we have this Asifosita, the state in which we are now. But when we finish, we have this is the equipment that we are using for the stabilization and the recycling. Fortunately, a lot of our local contractors have this plant. No more take the material of Skyfire and take it away, all we use it. We just take the equipment, we recycle it, place it back on part so that we can
Mr. President, remember when we went to Japan, first guy, one of our local contractors, was recycling that recycling plant. So most of our local contractors are
yeah, interestingly, I want to talk about some of the commitments on our region. Over the years, a lot of roads like have been committed. As I speak now, we have 967.6 kilometers of roads committed in the central region under the Department of Urban Roads, Department of Federal Roads, and Ghana Highway Authority. And under Ghana Highway Authority, we have 276 awarded from 2019 to date. And our projection is that by 2022 December would have been done with 165.1 kilometers. Most of the roads that we have now are almost 50% complete. And we are hoping that by the close of 2022, that doesn't mean that the rest will not be done. We are still rolling up new projects. New projects are being awarded. As I speak, we have about 120 kilometers of road that have been packaged. And I know this also roll out in 2021 and by 2023. Should be adding to our commitment. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are so glad that by December 2022, almost 160 kilometers for the 3 agencies completed. And GH have indicated so much of this. What you are saying that there is so much the same and the same brother we have. So these are projects that are over 70% complete as of now. And our program is that by next year, we should have this is 165 kilometers. If you add the 3 agencies, almost 460 kilometers. Wow, that's cool.
So in a brief, this is the setup. This is the multi-purpose hall, ICT center. The idea is that we can teach programming and coding that will help adapt to the new world. And every setup or every particular discipline can help adapt the youth into the world that we have today, so that we can know how to program, we can know how to do coding, and know how to adapt to the new world phase. Typically, this is a setup, and we hope that this will just be the first phase. Given the gesture we have from the community, we hope to make here a team that will use several of these facilities across board and help the youth in the entire. Sorry?
You begin the construction for tomorrow.
As soon as possible. As soon as possible.
What does that mean?
We put all logistics in place and we start immediately.
It will take you what, 8 months?
Yeah, typically 8 months from the start of construction.
So we're talking about June next year.
Hopefully.
That's great. Oh, wow. Keep our fingers crossed. Everything works out.
Definitely.
Hey.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
This is the location mark of the project indicated in the yellow. Fountain of Mercy, Yakai, Pharmacy Road, Yakai from Yakai to Amin. Now, the total length of the project is 15 kilometers. So the existing situation of the road, we call it before. When it's constructed, after For instance, this is the Japai Abin Road. There is a river. This river, when it rains, no one can cross. In fact, so we are going to construct a culvert or construct a road on it, and that will solve the problem. This is a town in Natal. This is a school. When the road is constructed, it's going to enhance teaching and learning. We also have farm roads. This is a farm road. That is also a farm road. When constructed, farmers will be able to bring their products from the farm. Within the Japai town, there is a threat of erosion. When the road is constructed, the problem will be arrested. This is also Japai town. Constructing the road will reduce air pollution. It will enhance the distribution of the town. Your Excellency, these are some what indicated through earlier lectures for Ghana Highway Authority. This is the Department of Federal Roads and the Department of Federal Roads. By 2022, we expect to finish almost about 460 kilometers of roads within the central route. Your Excellency, in addition, we are doing the still bridges. Under your leadership, we are doing 50 checkpoints throughout the country. And part of it is special in the central region, all number of road bridges, mostly on the federal road the slow bridges, we have named contracted, we are getting the bridges from the Czech government, the government of Ghana, the local
Emma Wahua, Yamani J. Emma Hosepe, name in Penifuna, the Yaman Penny, Yura, Yina Yeti, His Excellency the President, and now the Danko Kufwan. One Nabua Funina, Mamina, Quapa, or Council Koso. Near the we Yakwanya Cassia near the Abda, a man Penyasi. War and it's for the Huno Cassia are. We have made the Abdomono or the Dromo or my move Ghana. A year, the man Penny, the leadership skills. Said they will see to turn a Yama or among the Mufa. Daddy Buffy and Sessa, the Becatcher. Say, Unyamia San and Mo was that brave say. When ye Ghana my influence and Quasumo.
About to travel. No, I mandate. We are people in the Casamay and Madame Otoma, or Branchia, as you come up by like a crew. So be a casa so Otoma. Back to the passing about the Damas. The show was what one would tell you so. And near about what to play. We are who fast
After the construction of the road, this is what we are going to see. And obviously, it's going to reduce pollution, it will reduce erosion as you see, and it will also beautify the town, apart from the good aspects. We also have as leading to the farm. This will include access to the farm for the transportation of the farm products. When we were driving this on the junction where you run, so after the improvement, this is what we are going to have. The last information, yesterday you were pre-born at Jakai, so I will not bore you with that. But the national is that by the end of the year 2022, be able to complete 153 kilometers of feeder route and 4 numbers of bridges.
General salute! Present us!
but now through the vision of the entrepreneur Istanbul, this factory has been constructed to produce this engine oil, coolants, all forms of in Ghana.
And they're doing it on the license?
Yes. Yes. So we are going to stop the importation, and then and it's a 500,000 liters a day capacity. And we are able to produce all forms of lubricants, and then the way coolants and almost all the lubricants containers. So this is the outset of the plant. The plant is we are currently conducting a test run.
Again, Charlie, I miss you all. Good to have you here. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, please do well, hit the subscribe button, show your girl some love. So guys, I found this place, this hidden fort in a town called Sesame, and I'm here to show you what's in here. The town Sesame, close to Abokobi, is about 30 minutes drive from the Accra Mall. So this is the information center. Meet my friend. Hi, David.
Hi, guys.
So what brought you here? How do you discover this place?
It's been a place that we visit from time to time. A few people in the neighborhood know about this place, so today we decided to come and show you guys the area.
Are you here? Are you from here?
No, I'm not from
here. Oh, okay.
But we don't live too far from here.
From here, yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
So we are here together to see the place. We are here together with his friend. He's going to call the caretaker of the place, and for us to at least be educated. What happens here? How is this building here? It's on top. The history of it. Yeah, it's on top of a hill. So as you can see, it's way up. So meet our tour guide. He's called Kojo. Hi, Kojo.
Hi.
So Kojo is going to tell us a bit about this fort and everything we need to know.
This is Frederick's Grave Fort. It's located in Sesame, a suburb of Accra. It's close to properly. I don't know if people really know that place. It's called Abokobi.
Abokobi.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it in the eastern region or the Greater Accra region?
In the Greater Accra region. This is the last town in Accra.
This is the last town. So from here.
Then we are in the eastern region.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So why is this fort significant?
Well, it was let's say it was a fort for the Dutch. It was for the Dutch people. They used this place as a farming spot.
Okay.
So like all this land was for farming.
Okay.
They farm a lot and they send it to Usu. From here, when they farm and they are ready to transport, they could actually see ships from here.
Oh right, yeah, I can see.
You can see Tema. They go on, but I think they had telescopes and whatnot, so they were able to see when the ship is arriving. The ship signals them, and they move from here to Usu.
So who is the Freddy's grave?
So he was the first person who came to settle here. He was the person who actually found this place.
Freddy's Grave is a colonial building built by the Danish people in 1832. This fort served as a plantation with crops such as coffee, sugar, tobacco, and maize. From the terrace of this building, the coast could be seen through a telescope. They monitor the movement of the ships from here. Once the ship arrive, they come with goods, often including slaves. The slaves will carry the white colonialists in hammocks and walk all the way from Sesame to Osu, a town which is close to the coast. Tour prices cost 100 Ghana cedi for 2 or more people. bathrooms have been decorated with artifacts and tools used in the past for memories.
So this was his back house. So his bathroom with a beautiful view. Oh, okay, it's actually empty. This is the backyard. Oh wow! Actually like the bricks they used to building this. Well, has it ever been renovated?
No.
This is the original.
This is the original. This one is the original, but the other side has been renovated.
It has been painted. Oh, okay. This is how it was looking. Was it also looking like this in front?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they just decided to paint it white.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, according to the museum indication, the wall was made in 1831.
Okay.
That's about 190 years from now.
Wow, so this building is very old.
Very, very old.
Yeah.
Very, very old.
So this is the original style.
Yeah.
They use mud and stones.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was just renovated. You can see this is cement and this is the original style. Oh, wow. So this is where the slaves were kept. This is one of the dungeons. It's so small here. The only source of ventilation is this door. There's no window. And yeah, this is how it looks. So without this door, you can imagine what they were going through. So yeah, so is the government managing this place?
Not at all.
Not at all.
No.
So they don't have any interest.
Zero interest.
So who manages the place?
The people who live here.
Oh, okay. This is where the slaves were kept, and they have still maintained the original style. Everything is still here, and this is how it looks. So this is the only bed that was here. This is how it looks like.
The bed is there.
So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed watching as much as I enjoyed being here. Did you enjoy your stay here?
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Yeah, so let me know in the comment section if you've been here before. Have you heard about this place? If today is your first time seeing this video, let me know in the comment section. So until next time, on my next video, I hope you found this video very educative. Hi Dixon!
Hi.
Did you enjoy your time here?
Yeah, it was good.
You have been here several times.
Yeah.
What brings you here? What keeps bringing you here all the time?
The vibe, the view.
The view.
Yeah, it's calm.
Yeah, so we've had a good time here. It's time to go back home. And yeah, this is the end of Greater Accra. Behind this building is the Eastern region. In front of this building is Greater Accra region. So yeah, thank you so much for coming along. I love you all. Give them a kiss.
Alright, bye.
So this happens to be the chief's house, and before getting to the fort, this is how it looks like. And the fort, also close to it, is a church. So above this mountain is the fort.
one of the things GhanaWeb is doing, which in my estimation is one of the best things, is trying as much as possible to give pictorial in terms of video of whatever it's reporting online. Unlike those days where you only had to read about text. This time around, they've gone a step ahead and to ensure that there's a video added to whatever content they are putting out there for readers to also have a feel of the story. One of the things I think GhanaWeb can do is to, apart from the online TV, rather go on a full-fledged TV channel rather than the online TV. I think that would help. I've seen that the online TV is helping, but they should just go in a full channel. Keep up the good work. There may be challenges, but don't be deterred by those challenges. Challenges are bound to happen in every institution, and try and work harder. Focus on whatever you set to do for yourself, and I'm sure as the years roll by, you achieve those challenges.
Yedi Milo aka Black Stars on Emanaya Kono and Samana Ghana 4 Eka our bra share Zimbabwe by 3-1 El Capos. But on today's episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV, we're asking you for your assessment of the team after 2 games under new coach Milovan Rajevac. Ghana has beaten Zimbabwe back-to-back in Ghana and at the National Sports Stadium in Zimbabwe. Are you impressed so far? Can the team make it to the world stage as we prepare for our next 2 games? My name is Joel Sen, and welcome to today's episode of the Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We are on the streets of La Paz to interact with Ghanaian football fans. We're back here on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. Today we're talking about the Black Stars. Are you impressed so far? I have a man here. He's a keen follower of Ghana football. Let me find out from him. GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you.
Pacho, Black Stars under coach Milo. Who is saying?
Black Stars coach under Milo. Bibia pepepe. Na the omo Ghana football GF no ana ma blast coaches no anya satisfied say ombenya ahoden ene akade a ombetina gina so de aye adwuma no but Milo baye no ya man hotel ya be man car but ya betia ne car but sike akono ho no about 6 months yentua ne car o use no aya car dada bi no use but obroni no ba said the obroni na akade no emma players na band respect emma coach no ono gina o coach no but coach here ono coach Ghana Blaster no sa coach onika player by order ka kasem footballers one Oscar Siga akono 6 months yentua ne car how much so benya interest there man dey Ghana Blaster and the GF no ana problem no the materials no Siga akono use no the same materials no ana Milo buy no use on go material be every baby mama use wow eti no fourth na kaza our GFA our GFA for no ma coach blast coaches no omo feed you omo ama omo akade no ozo mo use de ye adwuma no omo nya de ye adwuma no na me ba ya come de me better na adwuma me baby a me fa ha huba ana de coach training abada na nya kwan so de ye adwuma eja blast coach say Milo ya wa bai obai do ya man dan otimo so fi ni kuro mo ba afada ya ma ya man dan Siga akono not eh what one fie obrodi no ba ya onyo ya man dan obrodi no ba ya man ka Obroni ba se tuanaka. Sika kono 6 months ni tuanaka. Ebeda no ye, ebeda now. What in Gina Park so.
So Obroni no share adwuma se endru 1 month.
Obroni no share adwuma se endru 1 month, but allowance ya di man no. A chance 6 months player, ya di betu sika kono kan.
Nti woni omo ka se ne tactics and aye adwuma na yetumi a share Zimbabwe home and away no woni omo nya adwen.
Oh, that be me no omo nya adwen sir, because Shano there, the Osea Shano there, no one the best. Because coach by one of players be free Germany, and other England, and other countries are my bobono. Ghana materials no use so. And the use Ghana materials no. And no name a buono player no about the coach Wakasa on tie. Coach Kasa player no on tie because coach in beginning ho. Aye Milo by Sikai Wanyabi or Waka. Or of your team, or peace of mind, or the year, but the deeper what TV, how much of the peace of mind, the year, the best Ghana football. Problem not because I might Ghana football, Uncle Son, a GFA, and a GFA also are the same GFA Chronosono. Chairman, GFA chairman, no, or man number 2, no player, number 6, or money player, but GFA for Nakasa, or more players, or more usual, Aqua Park, so Aqua Juma. Coach, you know, but me no buy. I want to be good teacher man say. I saw my way say bossy. I saw me play away the thing na obo. Because me no buy no the other can on find juma.
Okay, Jaden says CK one yes sir.
Oh, na just CK na chichi na zagunachi. Amba no na chichi na zagunachi. Na di do no be gina on. Di amba no be kasa onya no. Ano na oye. Anya coach no no be coach. Ye chim say radio tete o de no. Uchi na to say kan GBC why. Na to so kan GBC to asa. But na asa be tia say me gina me kasa ma engrofo so e ba be hwe. E di football no de GFA for na say Ghana football. Anya coach na say Ghana football.
All right, so he believes that the 2 wins we got over the Warriors of Zimbabwe in Cape Coast and all the way to Harare in Zimbabwe. It's not because of the tactical prowess of coach Milovan Rajvat, but the GFA has given him a good system for him to operate, unlike the one they set for CK Akono. So he believes that the changes at the GFA is the reason why Ghana is enjoying some good results in the ongoing FIFA World Cup qualifiers. So we're still here on the Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. How do you see the new Black Stars and the coach Milovan Rajvat? We beat the Zimbabweans here in Ghana 3-1 and 1-0 away from home. About GhanaWeb TV so.
Yo, Major so.
So far Black Stars, new coach Aba, 2 wins out of 2 games. Saying a Black Stars.
Oh, Black Stars team in the MCC no. Yeah, back from senior old Black Stars na sena na amanfonya odoma team no. MC coach no eba na eba na me the credit na abema Thomas Tay Party because say ohwe Party bra opra ya na Arsenal. Omo ball 3 matches na onim by Arsenal lose some matches na by say or recover eba no. Em say omo matches omo abona the iOS cry omo draw. Iti em say yenya players beat say Party na owo Blaster team no mo a enye nwanwase yebetimi akwaje World Cup aba na minim say mpanifo no eyi sika die ni sa bribe na omoje adefa players ni efi ho a na yemayani ekọ players no betimi aboa Blaster team no ama akọ animu na em say enye nwanwase Ghana ebetimi aje World Cup nti omo pay players beat say Party omo ko omo ho emma omo man anye sika nti na omo bobo no na emom oman no ho do senia oman no edin ebekodu baabi enam football nti.
Alright, ebi so e ka say adekonti aboan say coach we buy no I say ne bo say he's bold otumi make decisions ana do na adwin say CK no ayere ontumi nye abrante bi de say Emmanuel Lomote na Ghana focus and more than so any or the Idrisu Baba ebe she mfimfin ho osanso under 20 AFCON were best player Fatah Isaaku na CK Akono e man no chance man Mbobi ono nso ode no ebe mu Andrew Ayu otumi nya akukudo no e de net na bench sa ne o man so e na abo na na
Pacho em said the mechanic say meka say Africa ahankasa no say ade eben wa ya na ho say da ehu so mfaso but obi o wachi no ohu ade no so mfaso say ye hwe niam like ye minu as I Africa ha per se na emrofo ni timi be fa ekonya so mfaso ma ye say akom nchen ekoje besia efi saa niam no amuba enti anya me nwanwa say isika akono drop saa players no edc bench na ohun niam pa omu na Milo bae no obehu saa say omo na ombetimi aboama Ghana yetimi akodu baby a yedu saa bre.
Okay, it's the final 2 games no I shall say you betimi win na ya qualify for the playoff.
Oh, your final 2 games need the
Ethiopia and South Africa.
South Africa they need 3 points ahead that okay. And Ethiopia they no so yeah, West draw. Team say Ghana they will qualify to World Cup.
All right, so the Black Stars will make it to Qatar 2022. He believes that the inclusion and the return of Arsenal midfielder Thomas Partey has aided the team to beat Zimbabwe back to back. I have another football fan here. Let me engage him and find out from him his thoughts on the new Black Stars. GhanaWeb TV. How do you see the new Black Stars? Ebimu say Black Stars, coach Rajival or the Milo, Abeka Emma team no Ayakono saying and I will see a team.
Oh, made since the team in the Sajin and Naso. And I met me the credit in the Kakrama coaching because say Bruni dear and Yafin obetiti a man for no say Kofa player we you should play away. And on that old local coaches in Intimina Enya board and you know I say meme dear day air no one team pending for nano and to coaching by and they met me the credit in the Kakrama coaching and I'm the credit in the Subama party. Pate pa say obeje captain band ne boy no ye hu say o captain ni enu nyina ne koyi enti mpanimfo ni nya board no mo drop isa the day you ni hwan na o mi gina board ni ma ye hu so no me so ma dwen kire no
enti it has nothing to do with the tactics of Coach Milo.
Oh, coach in the tactics in the make me like I say count to kakra because teacher ni kura chira dia na say akra be pass ya the credit in the makra but na abra teacher ni no and the credit in be ma coach ni say the tactics na all bono and ye de ogoso anya de e mo ne sa anya de e ma ye no tietie mpanimfo na no mpanimfo na e ma coach ni hu adwuma o ye de oye and this wa bad ya we ye ne second come ya wa ba e so odi mpuntu o ye de e bam two team two a year wa bone de ye mi so wa ya de by nema dodo na na ye de e wona nim a ye hwe so de ye be qualify e de adum pempon so nti se ade ye ntim ba credit ni nyina ma no say wa ya de because enema bebre gu na nim.
All right, so you heard these 2 gentlemen and to them the inclusion of Thomas Partey has made a big difference for the Black Stars. Let me hear from you in the comment section as I go along to speak to other football fans here in La Paz. We share 2 games so na e cost amount.
Oh na koye 2 games na abon de koye chen last 2 games na your boy.
Nti we did say coach Milo and na the modern more eso ani ana say players na e pejo modern more so.
Oh o hwe ball on boy na utimi say coach ni nsa no wom. Ewo team nim because oba na niam be asesa na discipline so asa be team nim because we first na discipline boys no as obi aye de ope ba we say Bruni coach ni ba no as a defense abem kakra team we say Bruni ni nsa no aba team nim.
Okay, enti eno be na we expect say Siki akono e be ye first 2 games na wanya Bruni abeya amaye that 2 victories no.
We the Siki akono me sani area na kono na minim sabia se mpanyimfo na e ma ne kwan yo se wono anso na minim se wabon de I don't know because enema ese ko sesa wo na ese ko ogina pintin na ono a hye ne niema ense se o ma obi e dai hye enema ma no so at ense se o tie mpanyimfo na no because who ye coach na se wutie obi na ma obi decide ma wa na that means who nye coach so hwe anso na bia o ma for so decide ma yes wa ka se we dai o resign every team ni o resign on be hu se de wo ye na ye papa so no dia.
All right, 2 games na your ball under million player ben partner impressive.
Oh, player or impressive me Kudus. Okay. Kudus or Bobo or good boy no Kutabo na me dem akoma tom yem. O Kutabo timi da no. Ana ono Kutabo so I head inside there obeje. Just a watch no. So that as a Kudus there. Me best player.
So a lot of people have been speaking to us, and then they've shared their opinions on the game the Black Stars played against the Warriors of Zimbabwe. I'm about to find out from this gentleman too how he saw those two games. GhanaWeb TV. Black Stars here 2 games now in Zimbabwe boy and we be here. Share no performance in the same
performance in there. No ma when yes about it no ma but games in there. Me say Ghana for no mama home so omo come home there. But there back me problem back when say Ghana local for no local league no. Goalkeeper your bought Ghana Premier League. Na goalkeeper pa ntimi ya mfre goalkeeper dey afre third division goalkeeper pa wa manone dia
afre Richarata
ane dey tosi pa enye because ene Ghana for your leg nya boy because Premier League wo hono mo na ntimi best goalkeeper ba akokura na yakofa third division a Ghana third division keeper kora wa ha yemfa yen hwe kora na prekon yakofa third division keeper na Premier League keeper wa ho bebrebe yemfa ba akokura dia etosiri nti omo hwe na mo chakini e bone for mo sha sere wo ho no ene ma bi ho no ma ehu hia e so botwa so no mo jesika die na hwe na lege no Ghana ayi ball no yere e ko nanim na de omo yere de me no mo anya adwene ye bompa ye se omo timi yere a qualify there but omo se sane ma bi mu na obi anti me yere e me play game ni bi goalkeeper ndi omo se sane na Ghana keepers wa hana mo a omo ball Premier League omo tima da a chekama na
so far performance Lankasa won say
performance Lankasa dey so far so good no you be fan sa kakra ya winning go dey times you know alaji grusa be say goal in area ya hwehwe na ye performance in particular ya winning dey you be fan sa bet ball Nkasa dey hwe a enkoye sa say ya boa bibire wo hono ma ya omo Nkasa omo nkeka mo ma omo say emu ehu say see you sabrofo de man e respect wo mo they say on the sun and be players no omo mo home so you know say to qualify
in the 2 games na ya boa and Milo no player ben and your best player
players in there
mame bako
players in there so far so good in there omo nyina omo ke come ho there aka say mama bako mo dia Pateje, me hu se patere ejira edi kan pa kase pa nti me hu patere me de ka bon di first eye.
Okay, so he wasn't much impressed with the quality of football we showed in our game against Zimbabwe, but he believes that getting the goals is the most important thing to do, and he's choosing Thomas Tefate as his best player in these 2 games under new coach Milovan Rajwa. Black Stars new coach about 2 games you winning 2 say now see ehun games na yabo no difference no we been saying
what's it been saying Sika ko na time no na you do the ball and na press for you enti mo ball ni
okay
na bro ni ball no you win difference will be and say we match so
say we match ball na boy no ye ni bi mo e ka say no mo say goals ni dey ya share by na ball no share down mo ni share dan je ho wo no ball no so ko say ma o Befanisa
na Sika ko na den there
okay if start 2 games na boy no players ben and now omu omo boy ahun say o ko fo omo ya de pa
ai Mohammed Kudus Pate Jonathan
Mensah and this year aka 2 games I say you winning in na qualify for the playoff start 2 games you know I say you go share Ethiopia away na share South Africa of here start 2 games you know who is saying
you show me
okay. Alright, so he was impressed with the performance of the Black Stars and the new coach Milovan. As people were saying on Tuesday, Black Stars you know yeah the Milo akaho Emma Black Stars aya kono. Black Stars aya kono mawana. Let me hear from you in the comment section. Black Stars first 2 games under Milo who is saying
under Milo the CK but I say near say no I say coach Milo Emma sa local teams no
the Premier League local players, you know, omo be chance. They say no omo free abruche ba no. They say omo ba no omo bokwa no omo yiro omo humbo. As I say, and a local players for omo kakrabi omo mo bia no. Omo kum mu wa den. Abo amaye. It is a team no so player omo nim say wano omunja ne kwan no nko sebe ya team no enye omu dia Ghana fo nyina dia ati ase sebe ya yensu ye ni beji
ensu ye be na melody aba team no
oh you say ohu omu ball ne bono you say no odi team work ade aba team ni you say no ana sike no na ebuo ni ho ati ase ha omu mbu coach no ba we no ebuo ni we are rough for betiam nti ama obia aye
steady
yes obia steady we one steady aye mfrew na wo ba blaster team no so na be boa ama watimi akọ outside na be boa we tinu say ye frew na wo ba na won mo enso ani a ye mfrew bio nti say omo so omo ni oba bia no oba onku ni wo ma Ghana na ye nso no support na di mo no ye ni so anji
nti sa 2 games na ya bo under million footballer ben player ben na we yi ni ho a wo so abrante we there
oh say there team there say no omo nyina ebo omo nyina ebo omo modi but and zike no na unhu party sa kudus unhu ni sa but and milo no say party jibo otum say yes or senior player kudus jibo otum say friend nso ye dey e wo ho ati ase etuno odi nyoma bebere abeka team no ho abeka say ye what ase ba ensun ho a say o working omo sebe ya o say
ye next 2 games no
o say game o ye boy ya ye call Zimbabwe ko boy na performance na ensheda enye eisa omo peja omo modin bom na ye hu se omo beboa ye na ye nsu ya support o esa na.
We are ending the debate on this week's episode of the Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Are you impressed with the current Black Stars and the new coach, Milovan Rajavan? People are saying that the Milo aka Black Stars on Emanaya Kono. Menya Abrante Bakoa, mi Bisano. Se onu so we hu Milo na ye de aka Black Stars no ana. Me mo kwa ba GhanaWeb TV so.
Me do so.
Black Stars and the Milo. Also ka say ye the Milo abeka ho ma Black Stars aya kono ana say also wa adwenche foforo
aya kono we say who improvement okay we say team no among kwan to no chance okay small ball na the ball no so efe we ball akudusi obo ya na we kama di ball baba idus ball we say ball improvement abaka na team
nti edena na CK entumi nya Milo abaye masisia no Ghana for Kase Black Star na ya kono.
Tactically, we say coach your show variation or in his game bia obobia we say my young guys no chance na ball no so we say in my direction. Na physical kono the team over too much say one shot on target. Of course. Coach na go be a team no. The we say be boy pa ball no efe. Which take it at any time. Ball no so efe come out. Say na Ghana boy ball. African Brazil say na boy ball.
Alright, nti say no kind no, I think CK Akono egu Black Stars, but Milovan has come in to save the situation as we played 2 games and we've won all these games against Zimbabwe, back-to-back victory in the World Cup qualifiers. Are you impressed with the performance of the Black Stars and the coach Milo? Let us interact in the comment section as you watch the contributions of others. My name is Joel Leshen and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Friday debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Do reach out to us in our comment section. Subscribe to our video, like and comment. Black Stars aya kono anase dia etia enetie. Mamente dia wonso ohoka.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series. Today we are at the Awudome stretch close to the STC yard. What you see is the DVLA compliance team. They've stopped a truck. When they did their checks, they realized that the plates didn't match the details that they had, and so they are currently doing multiple checks, asking questions to see what exactly has been happening. We'll go to him and then he'll explain what he has found out, and we'll also try and get the driver to give us his take on everything that's happened.
Through someone, very good. So the person has not given you the authentic plate. There's a problem with the Form D. Yes. So what we'll do is we will take the plate off, we add it to the Form D and the booklet. Then we'll give you prohibitory notes to come to make a follow-up at the headquarters, DVL headquarters, okay? Yes, for further clarifications, investigations, and then findings. Okay. Yes, so that's exactly what we are going to do. All right.
All right, so Mr. Bauer here is with the compliance team, and he just stopped the truck. Mr. Bauer, tell us what's going on. You run some checks on the plate, and then it seems there's something happening. Can you explain exactly what it's been about?
You know, we don't just sell the DV plate.
Okay.
Yes, there are so many security features in regards to the DV plate. Yes, so we can be able to check on the road the validity of the plate, the authenticity, by scanning the plate.
So what exactly happened here today? What did you do?
Yes, so we get the plate. We take the plate, we add it to the Form D and the booklets. We give him prohibitory note to come to the head office for further clarification and then dealings.
Okay.
Yes.
When you scanned the plate and then you run it with the details, it didn't tally.
It didn't tally. Yeah, the serial number has to tally with that of the one we have on the system.
Okay.
Yes, the serial number has to tally. Yes, but it didn't tally. Yes.
So you mentioned that you have to give a prohibitory note and all that,
yes.
But what is the penalty involved?
All right, the penalty, we don't take spot fine.
Okay.
Yes, because he said he has bought it from someone. Okay. So we are just going to do our investigations to see how come the person was able to get this for him.
Okay.
Yes, so that's what we are going to, there's no fine pertaining to that.
Okay.
Yes, we just need clarifications. Yes, from him and then whoever he bought it from.
All right,
yes.
Thank you, Baba.
Sure.
Right. So we'll be still following through with everything that we've been doing so far. He'll give us more details as and when they capture more people, and we'll bring you the updates. My name is Lord Harris Duasari, and welcome to another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Series.
Not too long ago. At the time that I changed it, at the time that
No, boss, what you are saying is wrong. The very day that you change the wheel, you're supposed to fix the roadway. That's why I said that you change it. We don't care about it. You have to fix it. The law says was on the old. Listen very carefully. The law says you should fix it at the what? The red corner on the windscreen. If you don't fix it, how do you see?
And the truth is that I don't know that the law says that.
No.
I'm telling you.
So we want to see. We want to see it. If we don't see it, break it and let's see. We want to see it. We want to see it. This is the roadway. Let me have a look at it.
That's expired.
Boss, this thing that expires since March.
Never. Not this one.
Not this one.
No, I have everything. That's why I'm telling you this one.
Let me have a look at the card number. What is the insurance, please?
Everything. I came yesterday around 1. I haven't been back. I'm going to carry my parts. Make sure that the car is fixed on the roadside. I left it on the Nobuam roadside. I have to make sure that I go and fix. They brought me the parts, couldn't fix. I have to come back myself, come and buy the parts, make sure I'm taking the right thing to them. It's not that I don't have, as old as I am, I cannot drive with a license. Sir.
So we'll fix it for you.
Nobody knows my car again.
That is what every time you have to fix it. Because it's against the law. Yeah.
I've not opened it for a long time, but
yes,
because of the pressure,
yes, you
I have to pull it.
Exactly.
And, you know, I'll be able to make
So, sir, thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
The moment the car is registered, you have the road registered car. But the insurance is done by the insurance company. And you're supposed to do it at the same day to tally with the roadworthy. But it's not done. Why? So you're supposed to ask. You're supposed to ask.
Like I'm saying, because of my responsibility, I know it was handed over to me. So when she asked, I just told her. So it just so happened when she asked, I said,
The license too as well.
my license.
Your license too is not good. She's serious.
You want to use my name to check the system?
No.
That one you can't.
No. Don't do that. Hello. Abi.
Madam, please, you can go.
Because of the sun, but it's against the law. Yeah, you see, when you raise it up, you can't see you in the car. It's not supposed to be like that. You are supposed to identify who is driving the car and who is in the car. And so normally when such things happen, we quickly remove it and allow you to go. So you just raise it up a little bit and let me see. Raise it up a little bit and let me see. Excuse me.
So I can raise it after. So we advise you not to do that. So we are going to put your number on our radar. You give it to the police. Anytime you do that, they will
that fighter. Thank you very much. Go back. Go back. My brother, go back. Go back. My brother, go back. And backward. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Your license. I have right out of your license. So your license is
Bring out your driver's license, please.
Oh, I can give you the license. Let me take it. Don't worry. Fine.
Entry, please scan his road body for me.
My new license is not there.
I want the original card.
No.
Warning sign, your first aid box and fire extinguisher. Bring them out. Please, so let me have a look of those cards. Your warning sign, your fire extinguisher, first aid box. Let me have a look. Mr. Carey.
Boss, give me my yellow non for my brother. He was driving on the shoulders of the road. It's an offense. So it's an offense to drive on the shoulders of the road.
Sorry,
I said it's an offense to drive on the shoulders of the road. Where you were was not on the road.
Driving on the shoulders of the road. That's it. That is the
So there's a lot of commotion and tension in the air because the driver who stopped to get one of the passengers alight seemingly stopped by the official, but he's not getting or taking enough of it, and that is what is causing all this confusion you are seeing.
We'll take your license, we'll give you a note, you'll fix it, bring it to DVLA. Nicely, that will give your license to you. Are you okay? Very simple. That's very simple. Why? But yellow, never fall for fair. So just say, you ever fall license, you ever more note.
But he was also talking about the fact that you stated that he's parked on the shoulders of the road, but he's saying that he did so that
I was explaining the shoulders of the road in chief for him to understand. I was not there. I was not there before the incident happened. So I was explaining to him about the shoulders of the road. Are you getting me? In chief for him to understand. Maybe he doesn't understand in English. That is the reason why I was explaining in chief for him to understand. That is it.
But it wasn't an offense that he has stopped so that a passenger can alight on the shoulder.
No, that one is no offense.
But that's what he said.
That one, but the DPL guy was saying he was driving on the shoulders of the road.
Okay.
And I was explaining in chief for him to understand. That is it.
Okay. Let me just draw your mind on this. So I realized that with all the exercise that is going on, there seems to be some form of traffic that is being caused with this exercise. How are you managing it? Because several other cars seem to stop and then
you can see empty women over there.
I should talk to Mr.
Yes. No. You can see empty women over there.
Yes.
The same applies to the runabout. We have a lot of policemen around who are managing this traffic, and within the shortest possible time, they can ease the traffic for us.
Okay.
That is
so
it.
It's just for the brief period that you are doing your operation.
That is it.
All right. Thank
Very good. For fixing, we know the fact that nobody DVL head office come to me for inspection. You get inspection and then we'll give the car back to you. But this is for only to the Echina Naba. Oh, the way to fix it for the can obi di bom can da bo yemem dey aduma da boss. So what we'll do is normally when we see sites we remove the plate. Because of this. Now, let me tell you something. There is a security feature here that we spoke.
And they say, there's a
security feature here. So when you cover this, we cannot scan the plate again.
Okay, what's it? Any problem? Somewhere don't be here. That's where I think I have other one, old one. Old one. No problem. No problem.
But normally, if it's J class, come on here.
Okay.
Yo, what is that? Screwdriver, no? Fast screwdriver, no?
It's okay, so they also here.
You're ready, hacker. Very important. That's all. They're the Bakuna to Mama.
Brother, are you here?
Screwdriver.
It's simple, very simple.
The other one says, what you're saying?
I can't say it. I don't know. Say, when they say, next year.
Now, who are Ghana from? Even a security threat. Who Ghana from? Ghana from well to green threat. When it's living probably or who are maybe come. Yes, I'll go.
Okay,
No, the stickers on it.
No, why stick on it? Send it the same. No, what's
the minute you put the stickers
the same,
it's very.
Also, you can say a bit my yes, bro.
Another one. Not get anything from it. Make I see the screw. Start the front.
Normally, you plate. You don't even give the plate. You remove it. That's what we do.
Yeah, give me a chance. I mean, do a bit more about my to farm. Just about what I do. It'll be cooked by the worker. Yes, such itself. All time. Where's my moment? What the body? I don't want to spit away. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Courage, they will be explaining to me exactly why he was stopped, and his number plates was taken off, and there seems to be some form of back and forth before they suddenly settled down. Mr. Do, what's happened with the car that just left?
You can realize that they've tampered with our plate, and there are some red marks, and that it's even a security threat. It's even a security threat because we have a kind of what do you call it? A seal here that we normally scan the plate to see whether the plate is coming from DVLA. When you see this plate, it has been tampered with, and this is not an approved plate from DVLA. And now, why do we say it's a security threat? You can see that now our Ghana flag is now red, gold, green, and red. Another red has been added to it. So we don't know, you don't even know where this particular car is coming from. That is why we arrested it and advised him to fix the approved one from DVLA.
But how come these plates are even on the market in the first place? Because this isn't the first time that you have seen things like that. You actually, your outfit has released a statement warning, users of vehicles about these plates.
Yeah. We don't know where it is coming from. But I learned people are making a lot of money out of this. That is a plate, when they add these red marks, extra 200. So we don't know where it is coming from. Although we just decided to bring some kind of sanity on the road.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Courage, you say they're voting the windscreen.
Boss, me back. When them say to be broke lances, that you can never do any lances. I know they are no credit. To be blocked from source. What giving your lances no? I no credit. And the two the ever yes sir. You ever see you plate? You ever see you lances? When we are. Now the when we are, who divide? Yeah, especially we are. Yeah, Sunday. And you remember? Did the head of it? They have head of it. Cantonment. Cantonment. Oh, how do you do? Yo. Oh, family, we are for Korea. Bye,
Good morning, sir. My name is Nicholas. I have been inspecting the driver's license. Can I take a look at the driver's license? So the reason why you were stopped is because you didn't fix your roadworthy and insurance at the right hand side of the plate. So you see, sometimes the failure to fix your roadworthy sticker on the right hand side, if you forget, you can take a look, but you have an expired roadworthy. Right. So with that, no, you can't fix it. No, it's expired. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over to the police on their discretion on what to do, and they do that. The whole thing is, you people shouldn't twist it. That's expired. What is wrong? No. They manipulate it. If you tested the roadworthy insurance policy, you notice that the roadworthy has expired. If you don't do that, you always do the roadworthy insurance. Listen, unelectable. It doesn't even box whether the thing has expired or not. You don't do that. Yeah? Today you were what? Just today the police have accepted you. Pull up the roadworthy. You understand? You don't have your license. Where's your license? What is wrong? Mother. Do you have the insurance? Okay, hold the insurance. No, the insurance is not expired. When you give you a check, you return the insurance and give you a check. Then you report at the same time. Mother, keep doing this money. Phone number.
GS 8600.
JS 86.
Yeah, 00. That's good.
So what exactly happened here? I see you were stopped for not sticking your insurance and road safety at the edge of your windscreen. What happened?
Why haven't I put it there? I don't put it there. I have no clue whatsoever about whether or not it is an offense not to display it there. It is always in the letterbox.
Okay.
So that's why.
And they also stated that your insurance and roadworthy had expired.
Not insurance. Insurance is not expired. They are talking about roadworthy that has expired.
Okay.
And I actually missed it. It had expired for just 1 week.
Okay.
And the fact is that I have a couple of vehicles. So I didn't know this one has expired. I've not used this car for the last month. So that could have been the reason why I missed it. Okay. That is why I missed it. So it's not a defense for a crime. I'm not saying it's a defense for a crime. But I've not used this car for over a month. So I didn't check whether or not the roadworthy had expired or not. You realize insurance has not expired.
Okay.
All other things have not expired. But just the aspect of the roadworthy that is gone for a week. So
okay. But at least
I'm not making any excuses. But what I'm saying is that I didn't know it has expired.
That's fine. Alright, so you learned one thing, that you are supposed to stick your insurance.
I'm told that it's supposed to be stuck on the right hand side of the dashboard. Yes.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
Remember on the last move, they should bring the car to DVL. You don't want to make them car. That's on the way. You don't want to do too much. I want to do again. If I let the people, it's all load. All load is here now. Maybe you're finding it. I never done it. I want to do too much.
Okay, actually, loading here. Make us say, here fat, Niama, and we are.
If
I take away back.
Take away back. But still, I want to do
take away back this man.
Make sure I'm not about what your mom from Bra. What is that meant to I want to fight? I want too much fight. Umbra. The man is one of your project.
Somewhere.
Wait there, one. Thank you very much.
Please, you have to paste it before you pay. So please, can I help you do it now? Please, where is the insurance? We've not given you the card, like the paper for it yet.
You can check the dates.
Yes.
You can check the expiry. Alright. Yes, everything.
You don't want to pause this one.
Where's the driver's license? Alright. Yes, sir. Okay, alright. No problem. Is there a reason for not pasting this on the right inner side of the screen? Is there a reason? Alright, so can we help you do that? It wouldn't take even a minute. Alright.
So we are here at the end of today's compliance checks with the acting deputy director of the licensing and inspection at the DVLA, Mr. Obusi. So Obusi, tell us how today's activities went. It seemed to have been had a lot of things going on.
Yeah, today exercise has been fruitful. We have been able to apprehend so many cars within 1 hour, and it has been so fruitful.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. What were some of the things that you were looking out for today? I mean, in the past, you have had to look out for insurance, and what was the agenda for today?
As usual, for some time now, we have realized that people have added colors to our normal plates, and it's a security threat, and it's a source of worry to us. So our coming here is to make sure that all those who have altered the normal plates and have painted it with other colors or pasted some stickers on it, to arrest them and also to send them to court. And also to warn other people who are using it or yet to do, and those who are also fixing it must also put an end to it, because when we get hold of them, we will never spare them.
Okay. There are concerns that some of these plates, for example, are procured from your outfit. How is that?
Yeah, of course. This normal plate was given to us them by us. But the problem that we are facing is that they have added these things to it, and that makes it
illegal. So you are saying that when you give them the plate, it comes without the stickers, and they put it there themselves?
Yes, the plate comes without this red sticker on it. This red sticker on it. But thereafter, they go and they fix the stickers on it, and it is an offense. And this is the reason why we are here, to let the general public know that when we give them the plate, we wanted a standardization, conformity, and uniformity of our plate. The plate that we have given unto them, standardization, uniformity, and and conformity, so that it must conform to the road traffic regulation. It says the plate shall come with what? An embossed number.
Yes.
With the letters, the year of registration, and Ghana flag with that of the identity of the country. That is it. But they should not go to the extent of fixing this. It makes it unconformable. I mean, it does not conform to the road traffic regulation.
Give us the figures for today. How many arrests did you make and which
so far so good? Today we have been able to arrest 6 people who are using embellished plates, 3 expired DP plates, 1 expired license, 2 fake DV plates, 3 tinted front windscreen, and that is so far what we have been able to arrest for today.
Right, so what's going to happen to these people or owners of these vehicles?
We are sending them to court for court to take care of them. So that is this. So the general public, we are actually trying to tell them they should desist from altering the trade that we have given to them, and they should also try as much as possible if they need anything with regard to licensing, registration, they should come and deal with the officers, and we will give them the original of what they needed. Because when we come on road and we arrest them, it's not good. Maybe you are carrying passengers, you are having a fake license, and we have arrested you. You see the worries of the passengers. So we are actually treating them that they should. You see, for some time now, when you take about 10 licenses, you get about 5. You get about 3 fake licenses. When you take about 10 cars, you get about 4, 5 fake roadworthy certificates on it. And this is in case of accident. I mean, the insurance. You know how the insurance will be. When they try to investigate it, they realize that he's having a fake license, he's having a fake roadworthiness certificate. The people on board will be affected. And so we are trying to educate the public that we are there for them, and they should be able to come, and we will help them to do what they want to do.
That was the Acting Deputy Director for Licensing and Inspection at DVLA, Mr. Joseph Obosu, telling us about the activities of today, essentially the compliance check they did here at Awudome, here in Accra. My name is Lord Harris Idasari, and this has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. Do join us for our subsequent ones, and don't forget to send us all you find as far as potholes are concerned or the street lights in your area. Send it to us on our various social media platforms. On Facebook is GhanaWeb TV, and on Twitter is at the GhanaWeb.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
My name is Latif Abubakar, a playwright, CEO of Globe Productions. As a playwright, I led my team to educate the masses on road safety regulations through a theater production titled Men Don't Die. I think that is not what we actually need. We need to be very religious on issues of road safety. Just as we were religious when it came to issues of HIV/AIDS by wearing condoms, and we were religious when it came to issues of COVID-19 by wearing masks and washing our hands regularly, I think that we should also be religious when it comes to road safety by wearing our seatbelts and obeying the road safety regulations. I'm glad to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign project. Do the right thing, save a life. God bless you.
Nkrumah, he's the Minister for Information and Member of Parliament, MP for Fuase Ayuebi constituency. Welcome, sir.
This morning, let me congratulate the Ghana Economic Forum for the consistency with which you have put together what we at the Ministry of Information consider to be one of the most important platforms for this country. The Ghana Economic Forum has over the years evolved into the most credible stage on which an objective analysis of the Ghanaian economic status, its prospects, its challenges takes place. It has become the most believable place to agree on what all stakeholders in the Ghanaian economy need to do if the full aspiration of the Ghanaian people is to be achieved. And right from the onset, I want to add my voice to the many who spoke yesterday, urging that the resolutions that come out of here be taken very seriously. My task is a very, very, very simple one. Is to set the tone for the day 2 conversations. And the conversations today are geared towards driving economic development through entrepreneurship, technology, and innovation. And I want to make my remarks very brief. Sometimes we make the mistake of thinking that the Ghanaian economy started from the time when there were statistics to quantify GDP and growth and inflation and all of those. But long before macroeconomic statistics found their place in Ghana, Ghana still had an economy. This pre-colonial economy was an economy totally driven by the private sector. Agriculture, industry, trading, services. The local cassava, plantain, or yam farmer, the market woman who bought and sold his produce, the gold miner, the blacksmith, these were all entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship was the backbone of economic survival and development at that time. And the Ghanaian was an entrepreneur. Our forebears who built great cities and kingdoms did so funded by and on the back of entrepreneurship. But when governance systems started changing around 1844, when the Bond of 1844 and its antecedents took place, with the advent of colonization, a new dimension for achieving economic survival and development started. Public service institutions, public service jobs, and expectations on the public service have since been thought to hold the key to our economic expansion and development. With the advent of multi-party democracy and the multiplicity of media, the Ghanaian is gradually, inadvertently being oriented to think that the answer to our economic questions, growth, jobs, development, and our well-being, lies in expanding the public service, or at best making it more efficient. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I share in the demand for an efficient public service, a public service that works with the highest sense of urgency to resolve our challenges, and a public service that deals with the things that matter to us now. I share in the view that as much as possible, the public service should accommodate as many of our young people who can contribute to an efficient public service delivery. However, I want to, in all humility, submit to you this morning that even the most efficient public service cannot be a substitute for the role of the private sector and entrepreneurship in our development agenda. It cannot be a substitute as to how far and how quickly we can move forward in answering the questions of our economic fortunes as a country. Entrepreneurship, the culture of individuals or groups of individuals in the private sector developing products and services which help to maximize opportunities around us, which helps us to resolve our personal, community, and national challenges at a profit, is still the most significant instrument if we are to get the majority of our people particularly young people, economically engaged and economically rewarded. Orienting our people that entrepreneurship, innovation, and technology lie within our own hands, that we need to develop our own technologies and solutions that will make our society better off, as against waiting for an expansion of the public sector to accommodate all our interests, is a challenge, however, which we have not met well enough. The principles of economic self-determination, which lie at the heart of any country's ability to build its own products and services and then export to other territories, must now more than ever be reignited, particularly in our young ones. And that's why I'm excited that we're having this conversation today. Ladies and gentlemen, for this change in paradigm to occur, we at the Ministry of Information would like to nominate a few ideas for your consideration as you go about your conversations today. First, the conversations around entrepreneurship, its prospects, resolving its bottlenecks, and highlighting the rewards of entrepreneurship must be mainstreamed as one of the most important conversations in this country. A nation that spends all its time discussing issues that do not align with its true value drivers will hardly motivate its teeming youth to align with those true value drivers. If entrepreneurship, private business, innovation, and technology are the most significant pillars in economic recovery, then our best energies, our best attention must be directed there. Our public conversations on traditional media, digital media, and all other platforms must reflect what we believe is the most important value driver for our economic transformation. We cannot spend all our times discussing allegations, suspicions of one another. We cannot spend all our time comparing who is the richest pastor, debating partisan political positions, and for the younger ones, we cannot spend all our times amplifying social media beefs and expect that entrepreneurship will gain its pride of place in our national life. We must make it the most important conversation, the most important national conversation, if we truly want entrepreneurship and private sector development to take its rightful place. And so I say to you, number one, entrepreneurship development must seize our national consciousness. Number two, if indeed the most important stage in life is our formative years, and education is the most important part of our formative years, then we cannot also leave our young ones in school learning all the available academic theories about everything else and not learning about entrepreneurship as a core subject. I recently heard a joke about a young man who was in search of a job and met an old math teacher of his. The teacher expressed his lack of surprise that this young man was still unemployed 10 years after school. You were poor in maths, and you were never serious about maths, he's reported to have said. The former student in response reportedly lashed out. Well, sir, when you were teaching us how to find X and Y, how many of us were going to find a job or create jobs by finding X and Y? My point is that whatever we choose to include in academic curricula, one field of academic work which I believe should now be taught across all levels of education as a core subject, just like literacy, numeracy, and science, is entrepreneurship. So that no matter what else a Ghanaian child has studied, he or she will also be equipped with the basic orientation to use that technical knowledge even in building his or her own business out of it. Number three, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the state must offer more support for growing an entrepreneurial ecosystem in this country. Successive governments have tried and have made efforts. I recall the Kufuor administration rolling out the Venture Capital Trust Fund in addition to other initiatives. The Mills Mahama administration rolling out the Youth Enterprise Fund in addition to some other initiatives. The Akufo-Addo administration has been rolling out the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program in addition to turning around the MDSSI to the Ghana Enterprises Agency. And I see Kosi Yankee here, who is doling out a lot of money for that purpose. But I believe we all can agree that looking at the enormity of the challenge ahead of us, we need to quadruple our efforts as a country at the minimum. We need to provide avenues for more technical support, patient capital, and paradigm orientation if truly we want to see more young people take up entrepreneurship. Government policy must be bolder, larger, and more focused in support of growing entrepreneurship in Ghana and indeed across the African continent. Number 4, ladies and gentlemen, we need to de-risk failure for young entrepreneurship. The risk of failure for young entrepreneurs is still very high in this country. In terms of finances, reputation, regulatory compliance and its consequences, the risk to entrepreneurship is way too high in Ghana today. But if the statistics of entrepreneurship across the world is anything to go by, then not even 50% of startups will actually survive and go beyond 5 years. What it means is that the ecosystems that have succeeded in making entrepreneurship the norm and not the exception in other parts of the world have, among other things, made the risk of failure minimal and provided safety nets even for those who fail. And we must do the same, if not better. Already, existent private sector operators as a 5th pillar are doing their bit in supporting entrepreneurship. But I want to challenge you today that a lot more needs to be done by private sector. Elsewhere, already existing private capital is very interested in pooling angel investors, private equity funding, technical support to help grow new businesses. Mentoring and technical support and supply chain prioritization for younger local business owners should be our priority too in the private sector. Supporting especially young female entrepreneurs instead of seeking to take advantage of them at every turn will help us a lot more. Out of already existent profits and without necessarily expecting anything in return, banks, insurance companies, and blue chips must make it a hard deliverable to help grow the next generation of Ghanaian businesses. It is in our collective interest to do so. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we must invest more in stimulating the development of innovation and technology locally. On the part of government, Cabinet has decided to apply 1% of GDP towards research and innovation programs. It's a bold step in the face of limited resources. But it is what we must do if we truly want to reverse this tide. We will, however, need the complementary effort of academia and private sector to help fund the new frontiers of locally developed innovation and technology. And so business incubators, technology, coding hubs, innovation competitions for young people must be supported by all of us. We at the Ministry of Information believe that more of our money, collectively, public sector and private sector, more of our attention, more of our promotion must go towards these areas if we are to harvest the fruits of entrepreneurship and really gain significant results in the private sector growth agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, my hope is that today's conversations will build even beyond these 6 ideas that we have nominated, and that the college of more experienced heads and hands that are here today will pull together a template of focal areas to which we can recommit ourselves if we are to make the agenda of private sector development the true engine of growth in our lifetime. Once again, congratulations, and I wish you all the best.
Um, 22 is not, what do you call it? It's not a small feat in terms of a business. Running a business from the scratch to 22 years is something that you should applaud yourself for. That's number one. Number two, from where you started from and where the space, that media space has gotten to right now, I think you've actually paid some of your, what do you call it? You've made it more creditable, you've made that medium more creditable, and you've made it more profitable for brands such as what we have in our portfolio. I did say that you've done a good job. I would say that you keep doing more. You add more content, you try and be dynamic in terms of what you offer your clients, just as us. let's continue to grow together. Let's continue to explore the different new channels, digital new channels that will come up, and then see how best we can make good use of them. Yeah, that's it. And I did say kudos to all you guys. You've done your best, and we hope to see more of GhanaWeb around in the next maybe 50 years to 100 years. Yeah.
Right there.
Office romance, they say, can get you crazy. Now imagine a colleague being all over your man. Like, please, can you get your hands off my man? Is it always the case that romance can get into the way of your work? Or people say that it's a no-no affair when it comes to office romance. But some too say that love always wins. On this episode of Moons and Cuddles, my guest and I discuss the nitty-gritties of office romance. I am Paulina Deda Opoku. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's topic, once you work, you're not a stay-at-home mom or dad, it will be of interest to you. The act of balancing office romance. Yeah, you might have heard someone in the office space who is dating a colleague, or maybe you yourself. Like, how do you balance it? Because a lot of people say that it has a lot of disadvantages compared to the advantages. So right on this episode of Moons and Cuddles, my guest and I will all bring the negative, the hearsays, and if once you are into it, how best you balance it with your work. So now today I have here with me Mystic Mike. Mystic, you're welcome back to Moons and Cuddles.
Many thanks for having me.
I'm always glad to see you because, you know, I like how you say the thing. You don't cut corners, straight to the point. You just drop it there.
Exactly. If it must be done, it must be done well.
Good to have you. Franca, it's always a pleasure having you because you are one of the few women who say things like, you know, women, we like to say things for the women's side. But with you, I know you are straight to the point. If you are not right, you say it as it is. So it's good to have you back on Moons and Cuddles.
Nice being here.
All right. Francisca Ashon is an HR practitioner. So HRDs, you know a lot of our HRs, when you're having an office romance, they say that no, it won't interfere with work. So today, dear, please, you explain to us why you're particular about it and if it has more disadvantages compared to the advantages. And then Mystic is a journalist. Mystic. So we have full force. We're ready to go.
Certainly.
All right. So people say that when it comes to office romance, it will get into the way of your job. So would a person be unproductive if they have a relationship or their boyfriends or their girlfriends are in the same office space with them?
There's the risk that it can impact work.
Okay.
And that's why a lot of the business heads or business owners or the business managers, they are not too enthused about relationships or intimate relationships at work.
Okay.
In fact, with the banks, I understand there is a rule or a protocol that no lovers should be allowed.
Okay.
You know, so we've also heard that if you two meet at a workplace and you desire each other that much and you want to take it to the long haul, then one must resign. So one resigns and goes to find another work. Other companies also are a bit liberal. They will say no lovers at one branch. Whilst they will not forbid it, then there won't be lovers at the Dansuman branch of that entity. So there can be a lover in the general sense of it, the company, but then they have to work at different departments or branches. So one will be at Dansuman, one will be at La Paz or Usu, and someone will be at Jolo.
But what God has put together, let's know man. Let's know man.
You must understand that whilst he has positives, whilst he has things to be said for it, being intimate with a work colleague also comes with some negativity and some downside. Imagine having bunked the previous night or shagged the previous night, and then there was an issue, perhaps issues of infidelity, cheating, and what have you, and so a partner is vexed and then takes that energy to the workplace the following day. If you are a front service personnel, you are going to relay that energy to clients and customers who come to you for inquiries or who come to you for service, just because a lover, you had an issue with your lover, and that can cost the business money, it can cost the business reputation, it can cost the business in various other ways through no fault of theirs. They didn't ask for your partner to be a cheat, so why should they pay for the indiscretion of that partner? So these are the nitty-gritties and the pros and cons, some of the pros and cons of having intimate partners on a team.
All right, but I beg to differ, because some people can be very professional with their relationship at work. But let me take this from Franca. So can someone be less productive when they're involved in office romance?
I would like to first of all take it from this angle. So modern organizations actually admit and understand the fact that as a human entity, there is likely to be this kind of attraction that can occur. Okay, so I think most organizations now are emphasizing more on the fact that sexual harassment is not accepted, and they are educating their employees more on this. Why did I mention sexual harassment? Because once people are into a relationship and they're in the same organization, say the same branch, okay, same location, what is going to happen is that the tendency of the man or the woman trying to be naughty at work is great. Okay, so at the expense of work. So probably a working period, a man will intentionally send message to a girlfriend who might be in a different department or different cubicle or something, and they may end up using productive time maybe in a washroom somewhere. You can't tell. You see, so for organizations, it's because of this. And you know, there are some men, if they want to have you and you say no, they get angry. And at that material moment, an anger, and assuming the person is going to work with figures. So if this person is angry and is going to work with figures, you can imagine how confused that person is going to be. So you can imagine the impact it's going to have on the organization. So most of the recent organizations, though they advise people on this sexual harassment, also are of the view that if you want to keep a relationship, most of the time it shouldn't be someone who is your direct reports or you are in the direct reporting line with. They also will say that, okay, if you are in the different departments and you have no link whatsoever with whoever you are in the relationship with, it can be overlooked.
It can be overlooked.
But as I said, so many things make organizations want to shy away from this office romance thing.
Okay.
Though it has its advantages. For me, I think that once the disadvantages will have more impact on the organizational productivity, we have to be careful and look at it. So yes, it does impact on organizational productivity if not handled with care.
All right, Franca, you've said a lot, but then people have argued that once there's an office romance, you're dating someone, whether it's that you are intimate or it's just a relationship that you guys are both building, there can be issues of favor. So maybe if you don't even deserve a position, you don't even deserve something because you're sleeping around with the boss, you know, they can say, oh, you can have this promotion, you can get this thing. So how do you separate fair? Because you don't want to, people are working genuinely, they deserve to be promoted, even though maybe you haven't had a relationship with your boss. How do you separate it so your colleagues don't say, oh, there she goes again, she didn't deserve it?
Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion. That one, you cannot overemphasize it. You understand? People are likely to talk about you. Some of the things may be assumptions, okay? Some may be true. I say this because, well, I have worked in a lot of entities, and sometimes it's very glaring at the face. You know, you can actually read between the lines, and you can add A to B, and you realize that this one, especially when you feel that when we look at the output of your jobs, assuming you are two ladies, you look at the output of your jobs and you realize that there is this position, we are all eyeing this position. Everybody might know that maybe A is very efficient than B.
Yeah. So
but then maybe because B is having a relationship with some, it might not be even the direct boss, it might be some other boss, somebody who she's not even reporting to. But because the bosses meet at a particular level to discuss at management level, they have that rapport. So they can say, oh, why don't you just push this lady there? Just because of the relationship they have. So for me, I always advise young ladies out there that, look, if you go to work. Forget the office romance thing. Though it has a positive side, I always say just work. You know, I say just work because if you deserve it, people will think you don't deserve it. And it's an insult to your integrity. You see, it's an insult to your personality. Because assuming I know I'm capable, I'm hitting at everything I'm supposed to be doing right, and I'm hitting and making productivity for the company, and then someone thinks that, oh no, because the boss is his boyfriend, that is why she's getting the favor. It's an insult, and when that happens, your career ladder becomes a bit questionable. Because now you have to prove yourself to everywhere you go, because if they hear that stigma, oh, this one, she likes dating big men or big bosses in the organization, your climbing on the ladder becomes difficult. Every step you take, they'll think you are favored because of that.
Well, the submission you make that if, to ladies, if you find yourself in a workplace, just work. What happens with Franca? Let's be honest. You know, once you spend more time at a place, maybe let's say we're talking about work. So at the office, you get to go to lunch with the person. When you're having bad days, there's the same person you run to. How do you prevent yourself from not falling in love? Because some of them are real, not that maybe we're just having sex, we just, you know, it's just a friend with benefit thing. In real life situation where you both like feel like this is it, how do you balance it? Because
my brother says something from his earlier submission. He said that some are real, and I agree, some can be real.
Yeah.
But you see, emotions are such that you cannot control. Some are able to control, but to some magnitude, some level. Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup. I can handle it. I assure you, you will not be able to handle it. Because your work will be affected, everything you do will be affected, and it will even affect your relationship with other people in the organization, because you begin to feel you've been used and dumped. So for me, I think it's just not right. The emotion might be there, but we have to control ourselves when we go to the working sphere.
All right. Mistake.
Yeah.
So in a case where you are not able to control yourself, and then you're in a love, let me say, relationship with a guy or a woman at your workplace, how do you identify if it's just a fling or real love? Because you know some people, they just want to buy time with you at the office. They might not tell you maybe they have a serious girlfriend at home. So how do you identify? How do you, as a man or a woman?
So, you know, falling in love has no scientific formula. You can meet someone and then you would have very strong feelings for that person. Even married people will tell you when they go out, they meet people, and that's what that's what some of the married women say. I wish I had met you earlier.
Married men.
Aisha is the woman
Men.
I had married men.
If I had met you, I wouldn't have married your wife. That thing is a lie.
Both ways, actually. I wish
women don't have. We hardly say that.
I wish we had crossed paths. You know that, and that's what people say because. And for those who are unmarried, it's one of the things that works on their mind. That what if I start dating Paula, or I start loving Paula, and then I step out, or even not even if I start dating Paula, you might see Paula, you desire her, you take a step, you meet Dora, and you're like, God damn.
Where were you all?
You know, so you are like, how do I settle with one person? It's actually the bane of many single people.
Does that apply to you too?
Of course. I mean, there are times you meet people and like, you know, because there's so much goodness out there. So the question is, if you are developing strong feelings or feelings for someone at the workplace, you must sit yourself down and ask yourself a few questions. All right. Is this me just wanting to get into the pant of this person? Is it me just having sexual attraction and I just want to taste it, see how she tastes like? Is it me just seeing a fine boy and I want to just have him? Is it me trying to use this person to advance my career opportunities? Because there's that also. People come to workplaces, they look around, you know, some of the mid-level senior members. So a young lady comes in and says, Charlie, Mr. Adom, okay, I think I can work on Mr. Adom, get Mr. Adom, get into his favor, get into his good graces. So that when management level things are being discussed, I can be positioned favorably.
Okay, good.
There's that. People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. No, that alone wouldn't be enough. For them, let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do. There are some who are there, and for some, they meet people at the workplaces and they want this for the long term. They don't want monkey business. They see you, they say, Paula, you are the one. You are the chosen one.
Exactly.
You are the one. I can't sleep without thinking about you. I can't be driving without thinking about you, Paula. When I come to work and I see you and I behold your beauty, Paula,
I can't work.
I thank the universe always for bringing you to existence. So for that person, if he tells Paula that this is how I feel about you, and Paula says, do you know what? I have been feeling same about you. And so if the two agree to give it a go, but then the policy at the workplace forbids it, then a decision must be made. A decision must then be made if truly this is what you ultimately want. So one of both partners will sit down and say, look, we want this. We want ourselves. We see ourselves having a future. But the company here says no way. And that if we must exist, then one must leave this company. So the two of you will come to that decision. Look at the pros and cons. Which one of you earns higher? Which one of you has a straighter path to ascending the corporate ladder here? So that you take the decision, look, I will leave this company so that you can stay on. I'll find another job and then we marry.
Great.
Some people come to that realization. And it's worked for some people. It's also backfired for others because this was an ultimate job for some. But they were swayed by love, gave it up, and the person, it didn't turn out to be the ultimate picture they painted. The relationship might have crumbled, and then so you ask yourself, Why did I leave KPMG job for love? Why did I leave a tallow oil job for supposed love that did not yield any benefit in the long term? So there is that risk. And as human beings, even stepping away from our homes to town involves an inherent risk. Are you willing to take that risk? And would that risk be justified in the long term? These are the things that must be on our minds when we take such decisions.
All right. Hey, Chow. This one there. You want to chip in something?
I agree with him perfectly on what he said about the decision making. So, of course, yes. If you two decide that, oh, we desire each other so much and we cannot do without each other, then you really must sit and discuss. As I said, he mentioned all the points there. You weigh all the pros and cons and you say, damn all the odds. Let's go in out for it. And then one can step down for the other to just climb that social or corporate ladder that the person wants to climb. So I think that it's all a matter of choices. But once it's conflicting with the organizational policy and the culture that the organization has, of course, it cannot be harbored.
Yeah. But Franca, with you, Mr. Just a minute, with you, I know you're not fully for the office romance, having a relationship in the workplace.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. You don't really. You get your stand.
Yeah, not
but
necessarily.
Then,
but
with the issue of people saying that it will get into the way of your job, you will not be productive. Let me give you an example. Prior to this conversation, I had the conversation with a girl who is dating someone who is in the same space with. And she's saying that when she's having a bad day, and he tells her man that I'm having a bad day, he'll just come, just whisper one or two things, and then back to Joe, like.
The support system. That's a support system.
So you cannot say that it's equally bad because that is an advantage.
No, Pauline.
So with that,
there's the gain. There's the positive.
Let's appreciate the positive.
No, we can discuss the positives.
Yeah,
we can.
There are actually lots and lots of positives.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
We cannot overlook
like you said,
that.
you mentioned one. It is beautiful.
Support system.
Some people just see you and they brighten up their day.
Yeah.
And they are able to operate within the capacity in which they are supposed to. And that is there. Because then you know that my man is... There's another thing. The fact that you feel that your man is in the office and it's not looking at some other lady's ass somewhere.
Peace of mind.
You have this kind of security.
You're in the same space.
Exactly.
You close, you know his movement.
Exactly.
You even go together. You might be, so you sit in the same car, you go.
Exactly. So that is one. So like I said, you have the comfort, you have the security, and there is a fact that productivity can become high. Why? Because assuming I have a boyfriend, he's making some balancing and he's not able, he's working at it, he's not able to, and I'm done with my job and I'm good in balancing, I'll quickly go help him to do the balancing, and there you go, the company has had its productivity.
Yeah.
So it is not that bad, as I said. So some companies don't actually frown on it. They only give the lay down rules that you have to go by. So assuming I am in company A and I think I'm in love with Eric, I've seen him, I like him. What some companies will do is that you have to tell your HR about it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh yes.
So you don't have to keep it a secret.
HRs are the fathers and mothers of organizations. HRs are to have two faces. We have the hard face that tells you, hey, this must be done, it must be done right. And we have the motherly face that tells you, come on, let me give you a pat on the back. You need that shoulder to cry on. You can count on me. So HRs are supposed to be just two-faced. So you can always walk up to your HR manager and discuss, HR, Mr. Eric and myself, we're having this thing for each other. It's so strong. And I feel society will look at me. I love him. I wish I can go ahead with him and have a relationship that will end into marriage. No HR will tell you that, hey, you have to stop this.
Frank, are you sure you're not going to break that bond?
They are not going to do that. I tell you, they will just give you the guidelines. They will give you what you ought to know for you to make your decision. They will tell you the pros and the cons for you to decide if this is what you want. As he said, some have gone ahead with this thing of thinking, brainstorming, and deciding that one leaves, and it has backfired. So HR will make all these points known to you and tell you, go reflect.
All right.
Come back to me with your answer. That is the job of an HR.
So if you find yourself in an office romance, as Franca said, talk to your HR. Not all of them are into break their relationship. They might just give you the guide and all that. Now remember that Moons and Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has got all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, my makeup was proudly done by Kiki Sadiq. So she's on Instagram. You can follow The Corporate Chick on Instagram. You can call Kiki on 055-2428-698. The Corporate Chick will glam you for all occasions. Now, Franca, it looks like Mr. K wanted to say something.
Yeah.
So just a quick one before we go on the break.
Another gain for the company is taking work home. So if you work in the same company and you are working on something at the work office and you take it home in bed, you know, you could finish it up. You know, you as Franca said, you are balancing the books, and maybe you are locked up at the balance sheet. You are doing the balance sheet, and then you know your lady can assist us. So these are current assets, these are current liabilities. Help you with the deductions, so you can brainstorm, come back to work, and then when there's a brainstorming session at work, because you exchange ideas, because you judged, because you weighed things over, because you are both in the field, you are both doing the similar work. You are able to contribute and give other insights other members might not have had.
After you've had something,
you know exactly. But I reckon the fear of many business owners about having lovers at the workplace is that they can also conspire. They can also get together to cause malfeasance. They can cause together to rob and steal stock and then manipulate figures to cover up their tracks. So that's another fear that made a business. Yeah, of course. You hear people have absconded with huge sums of money. People were sent to go and do withdrawals at the bank, and together with Nedofun way back, they are gone. You know, so this is the fear, because they become you know, so they look at the weaknesses of the organization and they feel like, okay, I weak, a week, together. They are able to mastermind the downfall of the company if they so desire, and that is a threat. And no business owner would look like kindly to that.
All right, all right. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, we're still discussing how to balance office romance. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV.
Right there.
Welcome back from that quick break. Now remember that Moons and Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. I think we could buy
certainly.
Mistake.
Most certainly.
You should get your Cheesy Pizza, and as I stated earlier, they've got great deals for you all week round. So you could visit any of their branches.
It looks yummy though.
It looks. You should taste it. Hey, Mistake. Frank, unless you help yourself. I'm saying, yeah, doggy will cry.
Those eating of pizza.
Come on, you can do it, Franca.
So imagine office romance. So you and your partner, you could buy yourself pizza and enjoy its lunch break. Doesn't spoil anything. Ooh, okay.
Okay, let's do this.
Franca, you know, as we were talking about this or balancing office romance, some people say that people are not professional with it. You might see them in washrooms, you don't know where they are coming from. They're all over the place. But then are quickies allowed at the office space?
Are you mentioning quickie in a corporate setting?
Yes, please.
You know, there are actions that are not expected to go on in the corporate sector. If I remember clearly, I mentioned organizational culture. So as the policies are there, every organization has a culture that they live on. Okay, and you know, I remember when we were kids, we used to recite, culture is the way a group of people live, what they wear, what they eat. Yes, the same culture, every organization have their own. And that is why I say that it depends on organization to organization. Remember, in my first submission, I said that in the bad of days, a man could just message his girlfriend who is in the same organization, say, meet me there.
The same place, as usual.
Is the fact that it will bring productivity down. So for me, as you said, the same quickie can enhance productivity. Because a man who is having a scattered mind, right, and needs to say align his mind to get back on track, may get this quickie and will fast roll back to how do you call it? The beginning setting. How do you call it?
Factory setting.
It will reset him to factory setting. You understand? And then he will start working as he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But then the same quickie can destroy the organizational productivity.
Paula, the question is, what washroom are you going to do the quickie in? Is this the common floor members washroom that you are going to do it? I reckon that the general rule of quickies is not to be caught. That's number one.
Okay.
And also, quickies work best with senior level management. The CEO,
educators,
the managing director, who have their own cubicle, they have their own washroom. So that level, you are playing at that level, not you an entry level staff. No, it's a CEO who can lock the door or shut it, and no, there will be no consequence. So you, the CEO, has invited over perhaps a secretary who is the lover, who is also the lover. So when they are in there, they've locked their cubicle. They are working supposedly, and then they can, bang themselves and then come back to work without any consequence. But it isn't for everyone. The rule of quickies is to do it without being caught and to have a very decent and enabling washroom.
As the name says, it's quickie, so it has to be quick. You don't have to take forever.
Exactly.
There's not a love making session. All right. But then, Franca, when we were speaking, we were saying that some people don't like to date people in their office space. Some say that if you, like your partner knows your business, your ins and outs. What do you think discourages people? Maybe it might not be just workplace. Some people say, once I'm in the same church with you, we are not dating. The same neighborhood with you. What discourages people from dating people in their circle?
We all have kind of rules set for ourselves. So we all have our ethical norms and values that we cherish. Okay, and based on these, we make decisions. So Franca, for instance, will not work in an organization and date anybody. No matter how attractive you are to me. For me, being in the same organization and dating is a no-no. Why? Because I have weighed myself, and I know that if things go beyond board, there will be chaos.
Yeah.
So in order not to put anything like that in line, that is my rule. Somebody's rule, as he said, maybe, I want to climb this corporate ladder. I want to get there. For such a person, no matter what you do, there is nothing that can stop the person. And yes, the person will hit hard to get the target that makes things happen. The person will want the movers and shakers of the organization, not just any commoner. So we all have the reasons why we want things done in a particular way. And so yes, somebody will want to date based on their own reasons, someone will not.
Well, I find it intriguing that some people would will say, I don't want to date anyone from the church, from my neighborhood, from my workplace. So why are you going to get a human being? Why are you going to get a human being? It's not from the interactions you have.
No, but then if you are dating, imagine you're dating someone at your workplace. Some people are extremely jealous. Someone comes to see you. Okay, someone came to see you. It's a problem. But then if it's at a different place that you are, you can have fun. You can meet people, and then even people at your workplace can be close to you without him feeling jealous and like, why was this person all over you today? Like,
We must all manage our emotions well.
But that is one of the disadvantages.
We must manage our emotions well. Anybody who is unable or not equipped to manage his or her emotions well has no business wanting an office romance, because you are working under the glare of others, and so you must be discreet, you must be very suave, you must be cunning, and you must be crafty. And if you don't have these attributes, my good lady and my good man, you have no business engaging in office romance.
It's true. So it's not for the faint-hearted.
Never, never, my dear.
Franca, you wanted to chip in?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what he was saying. Yes, you see, what he just said is also one of the disadvantages, because remember we also mentioned it as an advantage that it becomes someone you can, a support system. It becomes someone that cheers you on when you are down. But the same thing can cause havoc. Yeah. Because I see Akosia getting so close to my man, and I become jealous. So now I won't be nice to Akosia. So now if Akosia's file gets to my desk, I will sabotage her work. You see? So then it becomes a disadvantage. So there is a way you manage the emotion, as he's saying. And I tell you, when it comes to, excuse my language, pussy and dick, it's a different ball game. So we have to be very,
people lose control very quickly.
So we have to be very careful when it has to do with these two elements of the human body.
All right. But while with someone who has already fallen in love, you find yourself in such a situation, how do you I don't know what the right word, be professional about your relation? How do you go about it?
Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. You didn't birth the man or the woman. You are not the mother, neither are you the father. So just keep an open mind and tell yourself, I'm in for the ride as long as it lasts. And not only for office romances, for general life activities. You know, when you meet a lady, especially in our parts, they put the marriage cart before the horse or before the wheel. You know, for their mind, marriage. If you come loving me, it must end in marriage. Instead of availing themselves, keeping an open mind and saying, well, I like you as you like me. Let's see how this pans out. Let's see how far we can go. You know, so that you would embark on the journey of adventure and discovery. You get to know Paula. Oh, this is unique to Paula. Oh, I get to know this. There you'll know the person, and then you weigh it against your own attributes. Can I contain this? Can I spend the next 30 years of my life waking up to this face? Can I? People don't ask these questions, and they are always in the hurry to marry. But you've not asked yourself, can I, for 30 years, when I wake up every morning, I tell my face, Franca, this is Franca's face. Boom. I wake up every day, Franca's face, boom. There must be something in it that endears Franca to me for 30 years.
Okay.
I have to wake and thank the universe. I have to thank Allah. I have to thank Mahu Sogbolisa. I have to thank Atana Nyongo. That thank you for crossing Franca's path to mine. And if that thing is not there, then there's going to be a problem, Paula.
I don't know whether I should beg to differ in what he said or I should, because, you know, as I said, we all have ethical values and norms. So for someone who believes herself or himself to be a born-again Christian, would definitely not want to have a relationship with anybody that is just going to be, let's see our nakedness and have fun and have an adventure and everything and just go separate ways. That is never the idea. The idea is, if I meet Kwame and I love Kwame and I'm having something to do with him, I want it to end in marriage. because I don't want to go that way. So for me, it's a whole different topic altogether. Maybe we have to find time to go into that one at a different time, because we all have our expectations. Before you go into any venture, you must have an expectation. Because if you don't have expectation, then what are you going in for? So you must have an expectation. So I have expectation that I'm going to date this man. He's going to marry me.
But that's what I was saying, that how do you differentiate from fling? Because people think that office romances, maybe you just want someone to play around with. But meanwhile, someone going into a relationship with you, it's not about the fun. You have to look forward. Do we have the future?
Most of the time, if I don't want to say it's a general thing, but I think that if people who are not married are dating or having office romance, most of the time, most of them, their expectation is that let's study each other and get married. It's only a few who want to just, hey, let me just tap the ladies, or let me just sort them and then just go. No, it's most of the time I think that they have positive mind, but you know, as the mind may have it, love is some way you can't really understand it. Yes,
sometimes
so it's a bit difficult and dicey when it comes to that extent. So for me, I think that you can't just, because if a single person is saying yes, but assuming my boss married shows interest in me, single, where is it taking me?
Sponsorship.
No way.
No,
So
it will take you to sponsorship.
Okay, so at that instance, the lady herself knows so well that my boss is married. I'm not ready to have a second wife. I'm not ready to be a second wife. So all we are going to have
is just have
your boss might have married.
Close our pizza so it doesn't get so cold.
Your boss might have just done the customary marriage.
All right. Now that brings me to the question. When I started my service, one of the orientations that they gave us was that when you are going to the institution or the organization where you've been posted to, look out for the men who come to you and say, oh, we like you. Usually, it's just a national service aba, so they are just going to look through and see, if you find yourself in a workplace where your boss or a colleague, let me make it, your boss is asking you out, how do you turn it down before you do, because you don't want any problem with anybody? So HR, how do you turn it down professionally? Once you know you are not interested in the office romance or whatever they are bringing to your table.
It's a difficult one. It has its negative side and its positive side.
Yeah.
But as I said, as an individual, you must be ready to say, damn the consequences. If you are not able to have that mind from the onset, any answer you give will have its consequences. So you must be ready. So assuming a boss likes Franca, who is in the organization, I just maybe entry-level person, and that's the shaker and the mover of the organization that can make things happen for me. And he comes, and because of my ethical norm and value, I feel it is not right. You don't just go, no. You don't just go like that. But then you must be very much well polite. Sometimes the way you say the thing is the most painful thing, even than the words itself. Okay, the words itself are so painful than the way you say it. So I think that you have to say it right at the right time. So my boss is here, he's saying he loves me or he's in love with me. I can tell him, oh, I understand, but based on the few things maybe you have read in the organizational policies and procedures, maybe I think it would be ideal that we all remain neutral. I only want to learn as a beginner. I want to know more things. So you, please boss, can we just see how things unfold? You know why? I'm saying let's see how things unfold because, as he said, it might just be a fling. Maybe somebody cry has bigger ass, nice shape than me cry, the person is going to come in. It's not going to work. At the end of the day, he himself will start backing up because he will realize that from your actions,
you're not interested.
You are trying to sway away from what he is bringing on board.
Was it not the lizard who said when he fell from the tree, nothing pained him more than the one who was laughing, not the one who even pushed him off the tree? So the fact of the matter is, how you respond affects the reaction. How you respond affects the reaction. As she said, if the dawn of the company comes to you and says, Paula, you look lovely, I love your lovely frame, I love us to, get acquainted, I'll take you out for dinner, and you know where it's leading, and you know you are unavailable. You don't go and say, come on, boss. I mean, how dare you, boss? I'm disappointed in you. I'm disappointed. No. So, I'm really flattered, boss. Really flattered.
But,
however,
okay,
I'm unable to avail myself because I'm just in. I want to get to know the organization. So, I'm afraid I can't honor the dinner invitation. But let's see, as Madame said, but let's see how things pan out. You don't close the door, because if he's serious about you, of course you can end the national service. You can conclude it. You finish eventually. And if you were to conclude and you were not retained at that workplace, it means you are out of the organization, right? So there's no problem of office romance now. If he really means business with you, so eventually you can reconnect outside the corridors of that office. There's that possibility of it.
For someone who is not, you haven't met someone who is stubborn. It's like they'll stop at nothing until they have you.
To
the extent, I guess, to harassment and all that. What should be the move you should pick? Should you make it? If once you are not listening to what I'm saying, like I'm being professional,
you are being diplomatic, and yet it's not working.
Most organizations have what we call the grievance procedure. Okay, and the boss might not have harassed you sexually yet, but the boss might be making advances that you're uncomfortable with. So he's a boss, but the rules are made to straighten things. The policies are made to guide us. Sometimes they themselves, they forget that they have those policies. If you are, that's one thing I always tell people, if you're an organization, take the pain, understand the policies of the organization, read their procedures, get to know more, so that if something like this is happening, it's like being a law student. You can quote the law.
State right here.
They can say that, oh, this means that even if I am caught, this is where my position is going to be. So can we just let sleeping dogs lie? Can we just let me go on learning and getting on with my career? I'm young in the field. I have to grow too. You are a boss. Sometimes how you communicate tells men how intellectual you are. And they can't tell whether, they can't know your stand, they can't know your mind. They become scared of you because they don't know what you are capable your next doing. Action is going to be. So once you are able to let this come out, he will push back. He will do a rethinking. He surely will do a rethinking. There are a lot of stubborn bosses. That one, no two ways about it.
Stubborn boys at the back.
But then it depends on you, the individual, to know your policies of the organization at your fingertips.
You can also take the comical route, or the comical route, as they say, if he's persistent.
Fire Syria.
And then you can say, oh, boss, this small ass, this small, they don't even shake. There are better things there, boss. This small breast. Yeah. It's like boss. So when you do it, what they say, you're correct. You're correct then. So you even become friends. There are so many cases of people who desired others, and then eventually they know eventually they don't get it, and then they become friends. Where they say, "Hi, girlie." So I mean, you have to be crafty about it, unless he rapes you. I don't know that he can be advancing, praising you, buying gifts. Others also use inducement, buy you gift, lunch, trying to woo you. So it might be so, some initially they will say, hey, but when the things are coming, and then the friends will say, hey, Paula, Charlie, it not be easy.
You're fortunate.
So it's all, but you know what you want. If you are set in your mind that no, this thing I can't do it, there are many ways to play around it.
All right, sure. We're really getting information here and what to do when your boss is persistent and for those who are stubborn, as Mystic and Frank have said, there are so many ways to deal with them. We'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Kados continue.
Right there.
Welcome back to Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Back to my guest, Mystic and Franca. Mystic, I just want to throw this to you. How differently will you work with the lover against just the normal colleagues?
It depends on what sort of lover that person is.
You have a lover, so you know you are intimate, you have a relationship.
No, it depends on that. What sort of lover she is. Is she self-assured? Is she confident in herself? That she's not easily threatened or feels that her man is being preyed upon or being desired by another woman, so she puts up a fuss? Or she's a woman who trusts that her love or her affections are well secured with her man, that anything she sees doesn't bother her.
Okay.
So that sort of lover is whom I would desire to be with in an office romance. We are self-assured in ourselves and in the affection and the love we share. So when you see me with Bernice, you don't jump to conclusions. When you see me with Oyo, you don't jump to conclusions. Knowing that you, Paula, are my one and only.
The queen of your heart.
You are the one I desire. And it is only you I have an eye for.
Forget about the rest. You are the one. Okay, okay. But Franca, how difficult is it? How different is it?
I don't know. I think we've actually touched on all. You know, it all depends on what you want. It all depends on what you want. There are some people who can be very discreet at these. In fact, there are some people who can date in the office and nobody,
absolutely nobody
in the office can think
they close, they go their separate ways. They hardly talk.
Nobody can suspect.
No display of affection.
Cannot. And for such people, I think they are very professional. Very professional at what they're doing. Because, as I said, when they know, it will be spoken about. And once they speak about it, it affects everything that has a chain effect on you. You get everything that they will think is favor. So you have to be very, very careful when making such decisions as to involving yourself in an office romance.
Now, for our sisters and brothers who already find themselves in office romance, how do you handle emotion, especially? Maybe you don't work directly under the person. The person is your boss, and then the work needs to be done, and then they are hard on you. Forget about everything that we have. I'm hard on you. That way, so maybe I put you to order, just like the rest of your colleagues. You have to do the job.
I would liken it to being a man of God at church and coming home. When you are home, you are not man of God. You are husband. So if you are boyfriend, girlfriend, it is in your world. When you come to the corporate world, obey the rules. So if I am your boss, I'll be hard on you as I can once the job is not done. And as you, the girlfriend, you must understand.
It's work.
We are working.
When
we finish working, we can have a little chit-chat and a little touch. Not in the office.
I think I came across such a situation. I'm now recalling where it came across, but it involved on set. So I think the director had the host as the lover.
Oh.
So I think something had happened the previous night, and then the lady was hungry or something like that. So on set you could see there was tension, and then eventually we got to know the girl was saying and no on the set, who tell me on the set, and so we and pay me. So we laughed, we all laughed, and the man explained that, look, your band ejuma mu dia mesrel. Ejuma. Ode bomechi ma ye kodema ode bo ba hadie. I was saying yeah. So my mind just went to
you
it.
Don't destroy where the food is coming from. Make sure that place works.
There are some people who say they don't eat where they eat. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't eat where they eat.
Because that can destroy things for you.
Yeah,
you end up losing the food you are supposed to be eating right.
Yeah, then you but then in a case where you and your lover, you're in the same space, do you disclose your salary? So, okay, baby, I earn this, I earn
the salary bit is a whole ball game. It's a whole different ball game. But then I do not share the sentiment that we should have joint accounts. I, for one, it's not something I subscribe to, number one. And so if I don't subscribe to us sharing a joint account, I certainly do not reckon that we should discuss salary. We can do ranges. We can do range so that it helps in the support system at home.
Okay.
So if you are a man, at least you want to have an idea what's the capacity or the strength, financial strength of your wife. So if she's earning 800, some men will say, oh, and if it's into me and take you to the man, would you 800 now? Me, I made 1,000. Back on 1 month, now 1,000 salary for you. So there's some men like that.
Okay.
And then there are other women also who will say they wouldn't want to disclose because then the men will be lax, or they will be lax on some of their duties that they comfortably performed. But if they got to know that my wife earns 4,000 cedis, they'll say, hey, now 4,000 now, you have to take brodo course. They will now demarcate the thing. So some people are just generally not comfortable with salary disclosure.
Franca.
Okay, so once you're in the same organization, as we are trying to look at it, we all have what we call confidentiality of information. So when I receive my payslip, I'm told it is confidential. And once it's confidential, it's for my consumption only. You know why? Because disclosing of salaries has plunged and made a lot of people bitter and very inactive at job. So assuming, say, my man is maybe in the counter as a cashier. I'm also in the counter as a cashier. We are all cashier, right? We are all cashiers. So, and he's earning, say, 2,000. And maybe I'm earning 2,500. It has no business to do with him because we all bargained when we're coming into the organization. I don't know what you bargained for a salary. They laid the card before you and you made a choice. Maybe when they laid that card before me, I was able to bargain for a better salary. So for me, it's confidential. As I said, we can give ranges. Oh, say, oh, I take around, about.
You give a range.
But for me to tell you my salary,
we respect that decision. But for you to avoid being a subject of mockery at a workplace where people say, oh, this person, I'm sure she's having a thing to do with, how do you handle it?
I think I wanted to put this point across earlier on. You must discharge your duties equitably and professionally. If you are in the employ of any business, discharge your duties so that very little else can be said about the quality of work you put in. If you do that, whether you are sleeping with a frog, whether you are sleeping with a cow, will be of no consequence. Because even your colleagues can testify that Paula Day, and if they see you sleeping with Mr. Mankwakra, they'll say, oh, it's of no consequence. It's love. But it comes to work, and colleagues themselves, when they observe an attribute, they spread it about you, not you. It is they. Say, Frimpong, say, Obedu ejumemu 8 o'clock, Obabeto Frimpong ejumemu. Even if you come 7 o'clock, Frimpong would have reported already. That is his, how do you call it, road to acclaim, reporting to duty without being late. In over 5 years, Frimpong would never be late, no matter what. And the colleagues themselves say, hey, Obeto Frimpong, they themselves. But if you are a lazy rat, and you are using personnel at work to climb, they will know. They will say it too. And sometimes they will not even say it at your back. They will say it right in your face. Now, we don't know him there, and you do see any I don't tell you.
All right. But before we come to the end of today's discussion, when you have a love relationship with someone, it has been going on for months, for years, and there is a breakup. Yes. Finally, you guys decide to part way. How do you handle it?
At the workplace?
At the workplace.
Okay. That you can't work anymore?
No, we can't work on it. So we've just decided.
But we are still in the, we will still continue. We are working, still working.
Still in the
of
same
course, that's
space.
where managing emotions comes in. Managing emotion, that's where it comes in. Paula, you have many exes. I've had my share. Franca has had exes. We've not died. Have we died? Are we dead? We are living, aren't we?
Yeah.
So that is it. When you realize, you come to that realization that this cannot travel any further, stop any. Have an honest discussion with the person. Don't ghost the person. Don't send a text message. Yapon.
Mistake. It is when it's on a consensus. So yeah, when you are all ready to let go. Maybe you've seen that, oh, we are trying everything we can and it's not working. When you are agreeing, it's easy.
But if I have fallen out of love, and it's like my money on the trotro is exhausted, no matter what, I have to get down.
You can get down.
And so in getting down, I have to make it known to the mate, which is my lover, that Mr. Kana Messi ha. So I am Messi until you tell them, madam. But it is again how you discharge that duty.
And that is why most organizations are scared about this office romance, because at this juncture it's very difficult.
The breakup.
And the breakup that is not agreed by the two parties. And that is where they dread that there could be lagging productivity. You understand? Because I can take it. I'm fine. You are not fine. The you are not fine will play a role in your job. I'm telling you. So it's always advisable that if you are a person who you know very well within yourself, that you cannot even manage your own small emotions in your house, you don't take it to the office where business is held. Because at the end of it, it will show. And if you don't take care, that might also be the end of because you may end up getting query letters. Query letters will follow, and by the time you realize you are getting a summary dismissal, and you get nothing to take home. So it's always good that you weigh yourself. I always say this: think through yourself. Be sure of what you really want before you make a decision to have an office romance.
Thank you, HR. HR has said it all. But Mistake, final words before we
there's an ancient African saying, man, know thyself. Man, know thyself. And if you live by this creed, you shall go far.
You're so not there. As I ever calling your handles, how can we reach you?
I'm on Twitter at Mystic Mike. The Mystic is MYSTIQUE. Mike MIKE. Also on Facebook at Mystic Mike MYSTIC and Mike MIKE. And then also on Facebook I'm on with my website blackpepper.com. BLAKKPEPPERDOTCOM. And then on Instagram at Black Pepper News.
Black Pepper News.
Oh, you are those famous. I have to go and look for you. Yes. I have to go and look for
Mistake.
Fortunately, I like to keep myself on the low key.
Okay.
I think I'm just fine. We're okay.
Franca, baby.
Maybe one day,
you open up.
Yes. We respect that. Now, as I stated earlier, my makeup was done by Kiki Sadi. She's on Instagram as the corporate chick. Contact her for all occasions. She's going to glam you up. And Monsen Cuddles is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Now, Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, pack, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. I see you are enjoying.
I'm going in.
Cheesy Pizza tastes good. Now,
I'm not ketchup, I'm going in.
Yeah. So on Tuesday, our Super Tuesdays are all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super family pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026 413 33397. 026 413 3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And on that note, Cheesy Pizza has got something for our guests. So, Mystic, here you go. You can hand one over to Franca.
Many thanks, Franca. Here you go.
All right.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, enjoy your pizza with your loved one. Mystic, if you don't have anyone at work that you know you're having anything to do with, maybe.
No, no. I'm currently free. I'm a free agent.
Yeah.
Ready to mingle?
Exactly.
It was a great pleasure having you. To my guests, Mystic Mike and Francisca Ishon, thanks for coming to Moons and Cuddles.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
And to you who did the watching, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure coming your way with Moons and Cuddles. I am Paulina Deda Opoku. See you on the next episode.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on our breast tips, we are going to talk about the treatments that are available for breast cancer. As we have discussed about the disease progression, we are aware that the different stages require different modalities of treatment. There are currently about 5 major modalities of treatment. 3 have been there for a long time and 2 are emerging treatments. Now, these treatment options are 1. Surgery, 2. Chemotherapy, 3. Radiotherapy. These 3 are the main treatments that have been used over the years. Emerging treatments that have come up include 1. Hormonal based treatments, and then finally immunologic or biologic treatments. Now, we are going to talk into detail about all these treatment options in our subsequent episodes. Be sure to follow us so you can learn more about how treatment of breast cancer can be done with all these treatment options. Thank you.
So, do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed, GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
So on Sunday, a crowd of folk come up against Wydad Athletic Club. That's WAC in Morocco in the second leg of the CAF Champions League. A crowd of folk defeated WAC in the first leg at Accra Sports Stadium thanks to a solitary goal that was scored by Isaac Mensah. Well, as a crowd of folk come up against WAC in Morocco, we step on the street to find out from Ghanaians whether a crowd of folk stand a chance of qualifying to the next round of the competition. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and welcome to the Friday's debate. Let's go on the street and find out from Ghanaians what they make of a crowd of folks' chances of qualifying to the next round of the CAF Champions League. Phobia.
Yeah, Masters.
Phobia.
Masters.
Phobia.
Masters.
Sunday, you come up against WAC in the second leg. Having watched the first leg, you won by 1-0. You guys complain about officiating. You're going for the second round in Morocco. Can you qualify?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me say good afternoon to your viewers, and let me say a good afternoon to all House of Folk fans in Ghana and across the globe. I'm very, very optimistic, very, very sure that we're going to qualify because the first league, everybody saw it. We all saw the match. Those who were able to make it to Accra Sports Stadium, they saw how the match go. What came to Ghana with a very good strategy, and indeed it worked with them. Their strategy was not to concede a goal, but they couldn't, stand House of Folk. Definitely, we must score, and we did score, even though it's a long goal. But going into the second leg, it's going to be I believe that because they are playing their home, they're going to open, and if they open, House of Folk is going to score. It's going to score. Yeah. Definitely, if they open, House of Folk will definitely going to score. I'm not predicting the score line now, but I believe that we're going to score. But any score line will give House of Folk the advantage to qualify for the next stage of the competition, and that is going to be on his own.
You guys saw the match at the Accra Sports Stadium. You complain about officiating. Coming up against WAC in Morocco, do you think officiating is going to be fair?
Going there, that is our main problem. And if that problem is solved, I think we'll go through. We'll go through, definitely.
Let me speak to you also. It's been a while since House of Folk made it to the CAF Champions League. You guys are back and everything. The euphoria around the team is very good and all that. But last Sunday when you played, attacking was an issue. Do you think come Sunday you guys will score more goals?
Sunday we will try to score more goals. But the first match, the referee didn't try. Spoiled the match for us. Yeah, but it has to. It's the whole Ghana team has the best team. Yeah. So we know that if we go there, something happen over there. Yeah. Almost will happen.
Spirit never say that.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It's going to work.
Yeah, it's working.
And looking at our performance, definitely we'll win. Yeah. Definitely, I'm sure we'll win them.
On what ground do you stand to say that you guys have the chance to win?
Because looking at the first leg, the way House of Folk dominated the game, looking at the opponent performance, definitely also will beat them. I'm sure that we are going to score them for sure. I promise you. I promise you. Last Sunday, gas is going to pass through.
Last, what do you have to say to your players come Sunday?
I think the players need to be calm because we are going to Morocco and it will not be easy for us. Looking at what happened at the first leg, so our advice to the players is to be calm, control the game. Inshallah, we'll win the game.
Okay. Let me give the last thoughts to this man. A lot of people have said that Hearts of Oak do not have enough players who have the experience. When you take out the likes of Bania, who has played at the Youth AFCON, and the goalkeeper, Richard Atta, who has been with the Blasters for a while. Some of your players don't have the experience. Come Sunday, you're playing WAC in Morocco. Sure. Can you guys make it?
Yeah, you know, I'm a Ghana Supporters Union fan, but one thing is I'm a Kotoko fan. But this one, I'm behind House of Oak. I pray to them that, to God, that they win. because they are only hope for Ghana football now. So I'm praying with the prayers that they should come together and pray as a team so that they will bring the trophy or they will bring the victory to Ghana.
Sure. One thing about football is that football is determination. When you're determined, you can go far. So I urge House of Oath to be determined to play well, not to see what happened in the past, because already the referee didn't do well. So they should determine to go there and do more than what they did in Ghana. Thank you.
All right, thank you. But lastly, before we go, we have one of Accra Hearts of Oak lady supporters over here, and I want to speak to her and find out from her if Accra Hearts of Oak can go all the way to Big WAC in Morocco.
Right. I'm urging all Ghanaians to show their support to the Accra Hearts of Oak team, because Accra Hearts of Oak is standing for Ghana. So we should all pray. We knew that it doesn't go well for us when they play in Ghana here, because the referee didn't go on our side. But we are just praying. So I urge all the supporters to support and keep praying for Accra Hearts of Oak team so that they can even get one goal in Morocco on Sunday. So I'm urging all Ghanaians and all Accra Hearts of Oak supporters to keep praying so that whatever we need, we can get it. I mean, 1-0 or maybe 2-1 will do. Thank you.
Do you think House of Oak stand a chance of making it to the next round of the CAF Champions League in the second leg as they come up against WAC?
Well, football is a game of chances. I'll take a chance for Hearts of Oak to actually make it to the next round. When you look at Wydad over the years, they've not been the same Wydad. Last season, they were much stronger, making it to the semi-finals when they played Kaiser Chiefs. One of the things I saw against Kaiser Chiefs is they lack a clinical edge, and especially because El Khati has moved away, someone who can create chances, someone who can bag in the goals. So last season when they were under Fawzi Benzati, well, he was really good with them, and this season they had another coach. So the balances hasn't really been there, and losing the star man in the team has really affected them. If Hearts of Oak are really strong in defense when they play them in Morocco, I think they stand a chance. It all depends on Samuel Boydwin and then how he sets up his team to face them.
So the second leg of the CAF Champions League between Hearts and WAC comes off this Sunday. Do you think Hearts of Oak stand a chance of qualifying to the next round?
It's a 50-50 for Hearts of Oak. Looking at how they played on Sunday, I was very impressed. If you look at the squad, when you take out Fatah Mohamed, the captain, I think he's the only player with Africa experience. So it was a youthful squad, as far as an inexperienced squad, but what they displayed on Sunday was remarkable. The good thing was that they played against a WAC side that was missing 6 key players. So, and their coach too couldn't make the trip because of COVID-19. So I don't know how it's going to turn out on Sunday, whether they're going to get the 6 key players. But looking at this WAC side and the way House of Oak played, I think getting 1-0 against Ghana is a very good result. Going into the second leg, I expect that they can play above themselves. With how they played, I'm being expectant that House would put in a tough fight. As to whether House will qualify is another thing, but you see, experience counts. They are playing against a side that 2016 or 2016-2017 won the CAF Champions League. It tells you that they have a lot of experience. But this is phobia. They say what, never say that until the bones are rotten. I'm being hopeful as a Ghanaian because they are representing Ghana. It's the only Ghanaian side in Africa competition. When they get to the money zone, it is good news for Ghana because we want to reclaim our lost slot. So I'm being hopeful that House of Oak will put in a good fight. With what I saw on Sunday, a lot of positives, and yes, maybe they can beat WAC because it is football.
Well, for me, it's very dicey because we know House of Oak way back, 2000 and 2004, where we can mention a couple of players that when it comes to character, they have it. But nowadays, I think they find it difficult to build a team that was then. So for them to qualify is very dicey for me to say as at now. I'm not saying that to say they are not good enough. But when you talk about football, I mean, I can tell you almost 55 or 54 African countries, the North Africans have what it is in football. they have so many things to make sure they get a 3 point. So I think it's very dicey, but let's see what will happen, because now it looks like the never say die spirit is coming gradually. So if they're able to make that on the field of play, maybe they can do wonders. But it's they qualify. Their qualification is a very slim qualification. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So those were the thoughts of some Ghanaians and football pundits on the possibility of Accra to Folk making it to the next round of the CAF Champions League as they come up against WAC in the second leg of the CAF Champions League. Well, all I can say is that let's all support and push Accra to Folk to make it to the next round of the CAF Champions League. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and this has been another edition of the Friday's Debate on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today on our breast tips, we are going to talk about the treatments that are available for breast cancer. As we have discussed about the disease progression, we are aware that the different stages require different modalities of treatment. There are currently about 5 major modalities of treatment. 3 have been there for a long time and 2 are emerging treatments. Now, these treatment options are 1. Surgery, 2. Chemotherapy, 3. Radiotherapy. These 3 are the main treatments that have been used over the years. Emerging treatments that have come up include 1. Hormonal based treatments, and then finally immunologic or biologic treatments. Now, we are going to talk into detail about all these treatment options in our subsequent episodes. Be sure to follow us so you can learn more about how treatment of breast cancer can be done with all these treatment options. Thank you.
IGP dampare ne nkofo do asembe ba wate amafo wan kire shatawale ai court kire ma won fa no kotwe abanko kumina wotwe baako ye kan ye case odi for the baako dem be say 3 years na woka zile na wotwe de nsensem ne de do so ba ye nche kwa ma ye ntwa ye ho na ne ye course na ye fa metudwa Monday ya na betu dwa say shatawale birthday till the obehwe uko social media na SM free ene wonyi na na shatabration ye reshare happy birthday ni ade even kwa Beyonce American singer Beyonce kwa reshare happy birthday uko ne website jama shatawale de kusunya praise na ye ho ade chi Tuesday aya ni period ye na adopt din sem betu dwa say ye shatawale aye ando beswa buliti oni say asem kese na esi ye go ye hwenim saka video bi anase bi ba betudwa ni nyina amba wo be kai say ye na watwi be say na watwi atwem bi na me be ka hwemu so ye osof be fani Jesus ahofe an or den komse bi betudwa say ye shatawalo mane paibo munye den enye sa de ye October 18 October 18 am Arabet be boni to na mo de ye lucky dube na semi de be si de shatawalo krampo de aso de ye joke kakra say sadik wa kai sa tweet no o make it say we be so boni to de na hwe na ye sadik no ne nya ntokwa kana fu de ya me sheshe say yes shatawalo na asema to obi odi ni birthday Monday ya amafo sana asem ne na nyampa wo wusu wo didi egori ebe to bia say nyampa na everyday wo so we de dampare boys one him say ye new IGP de just a wante wo pese wo call CTM panic for salam de say asem na wo kana ye nye nokware a wa be kire nti e wo ha ye wo na wo so dampare say de ye kan ho adwuma kosa che setawale asa wo ba no bekeka kan sem bi asa pese o twede ndi nti ase esi de no obi a wo ankasa wo fake you dead ye wo ha ye wo na wo say enwa che setawale ba setawale ankasa na betu dwa so onu ankasa na e call report ne huma police ko na nsem yi betu dwa say bebre eye social development and air community and eye ni pie na adobe ganji deportia ne setawale ankasa wa akire wo wo call court afede e say wo betena asem yi so a court a kire mu say onkotwa bank kum 1 week ai na wo san so ba no aba be ka asem ni so obedi for dia lawyers wu cheme betumi atwa bank kum be say eye 3 years asem ni dey asem kese pa na asem ni dey bedu jubetu ja wo for be the one no asem eye samini ai one is samini dey on Shatawale say wo bi kakra Samini na say wo Shatawale wo sorry a wo say pa aha one no say wo kasa too much won say dan paris asem na wo ken yak say wo person anka wo didi egori but wan fa ni say egori o ofu chema say na ya mu de yes atakra de woman na o ka say nwa kidnapping afede echi o so onyime afede beto jusa onyim won say wo de no court what say wo man ni de asem na ogusu kan nso wo say na energy na mo ye no won ka say Shatawale is celebrity wo de be chene say na emra na timo mamra ni ndi no yes be before akasa wo say na suba no dead is childish cause who di ehu be she ni pem cause Shatawale na wa abonituo isem de ko be e de wan no atum na man for just say who social media any free Shatawale fella I2AT bia ye medical one him say ne nkofo ne o say medical ye ne godson ni na nkofo de wan no atum ma ye Arnold that someone be do ye entertainment pandit one him say Shatawale there what say the one time you okay right but who ko bia wa bo Shatawale chi ade be ma Arnold also chemo say na nka say nka person nka ye ne say bia odidi egori publicity stand say na work kan afa dia assembly na agency me afa say wa che Shatawale assembly kwa ye mobo but say the oko social media hashtag go say free Shatawale they say the other go to 1 week any na be see but na tibia Shatawale say so onu no what be to a year fias na be ya sa prophets na mo sorry na dem so dai na ba mani so na obi ewu obi anya akwanhia arobesa ko free so onu Shatawale obede no ho besi wo atama wo di ni free court o tie na assembly dey won what in the court or ban be shedom Shatawale no so wodom street free SM ko gu ho no na free Shatawale and SM for life but shata chema so no do akotum se na be ya sa aya fake prophets onu mo no se wan obekeka se obi bewu omo ye fake prophets se na be ya sansem na betwa so and enkode ne kwa betwa so asem na ye bebre ye di echi ye be ye bia no ye de bebrem se mo je ye ndidi daw amam na ye kan ye ken so fa ne ho aba asem ne hu tinsem nya kwakoba wa kwakwache Shatawale chema ye Jesus ahofe odi prophecy betu dwa se Shatawale we October 18 arobes we bonu tuo ne yade ne ma me ye Shatawale ma me owo no onyem ne 9 months wo no odi gine mu man odi asem ni bai Shatawale ma me ne bompai kaka se nyakopon be hu no mobo se na be ya ne be won ko bonu tuo no nkokum ti Jesus ahofe chema Shatawale ma me do fa asem ni very serious na ye na wotwe ye sim da akwa ye arrest nkwa ye funny face comedian and actor funny face almost watching who say video bi na be tu dwa ye o ha na say funny face atwe camera esi ne so nkofo chema ye funny I say okọ depression mu kakra wo be kai okọ akra psychiatric hospital ko hwehwe mu say bibia ye okay but wasan so ababag but am chema funny face on stay on social media ne be de dwa kwa ne say funny the camera esi ne so a ene ayeya wi atem didi odidi ye Father Dixon atem bolare bi kan Adibayo and Adam for football ya man kan adi na onu tutu na tem asem ye felisa nka esi ho onu ni baby mama Vanessa ansem ni de doso but video be de betu dwa na watwi ya say odidi Vanessa atem kwa ka say obeyi na fi ho han obekum no nsem ni de doso nti I say police for de say oni mte krom ha de dan parent ne boys yes I want to say what threaten be like what be chiro nti what be chiro funny face but nsem ni so na yakoso ani funny chire ma oni na enye ne nuso na adamfo bi amanfo oyonko be no okotam eye wi tofi bi obunsam tawa eyi awa abobo wan ni to se tofi no de man say fani jena tafre o so tafre be ne be hye na asa ahoma na asa dan koye yi na o de ba no de be yaw so no no so ba ye ni say ni kan no de ka asem na say no chim say wi tofi ne ye ni sabe say de fani so wo so nko hye na adwim ko tasan so ahye say eyi social media yo we mom ba 1 month won bese won hunu nim kwa se wa twi phone esi ni so okasa onja ikasa no na eyi fani wonum se kofu bebre wodidi won antem se ni na amfo won se da nya won ni papa obi obo ni din actor kojon cancer lewen fani chema lewen na adamfo pan no but onye ni huni papa bansam yi ba ya won a che fani court case ye hu se lewen ye o kan ho asem no so gina ne nchen wo chema lewen kwa man thousands on fan dwitwa ne kaso kakranti amafo na wo kofu se lewen de wa ya de so obi afini pema be kaka nsem afa ho na wan fa anya asem na wo de na bom de wa ya de but amafo wo de chi ansem a wo kan se funny faces about time wo be ye ne gba kwasa se se de ade na ncha da anye normal wo dwen ho a won ti asinti se o mun take ni mental health very serious na won bo bia mo fan boy ye funny face na won nim say court share say ye funny face won fan ko psychiatric hospital e kolebu no nko hwehwe na adwim na funny say ono kolebu psychiatric on ko hono mo o chema wo ho patient aya wo ho a wo ja ayaresa wo yim from abone do da funny what's a corner question share what the Munawanya Umbua for medical treatment and I come from a bonny uncle we don't care from who bent around for funny says I come find Kolebu pass of a cordia lie. Now say yes at a well in a funny face arrest no cotton train and then I will treat them some be brackos. So now young to me Cindy Thompson on don't say or see much and yet over 20 years in the gospel industry. Or the same to your chema. I say, room to football on my gospel for no. What funny you must or sample, I say, beats can cry, and some no woman, one fan, or the one that calf, and I say, one only room. It's walking. Oh, but now be funny you, I want money credit, won't be some permission. Or better, I say, I'm football room. But see, it's my baby. I will say, I'm going to run away. Or say, or Honoman who say, and you room to Nibia for finding room. Oh, money manager friend also, oh, way dear, Cindy, way dear sister, I didn't say, I said, I near you, then you could run away. Also, the Nyanko Jumasem. Also, I have my studio showing you now. Wunjina will be to a amateur pass. Only so before you ma, but more than so back credit and some man I aware, so funny you must have and yes, idea, and the shan will quote. I asked in the something or Chemukra said Bible now on and yen kind and look what show Mrs. Sing a new song going to the Lord. New song goes just then and no matter why I did out. But now baby, as a baby. Is why Munya Munumancasa on Pesa, so by any no need be there, and about more than never get permission one who and son of funny room. So do any chair crum higher LGBT full common homosexual and Hanyama and common the enjoy you. I just I some name watch it after say one pass a bill and said a bay as a watch or so your beer or Berman or Berma a baby sana or the walk or two a bank maybe no so. And then many be a human rights or be a bonnet. So we buy no buy and I say and cover the discount and come on one bra. No better than I know to me. Make your say back dada boots I actor or chema on say and maybe ask you so poco a filling station watch your back or exit I know walk once entry into who choir befim who consult or choir befa it's out there after the muko who be say toku bia ye toku and toku bia ni toku and kono de pemudia and ko bia ni oberema enya obia ni obia oberema ni oberema so say de ninje hu se mu say toku bia ye toku na say na mudi aduan komano mudidi wo manu se mu say the same thing there na mu say ndi fa mu hu you want a picture be too is as a win a Ghana football club ya signing yes and as a win do to you must answer you moving there now or better than footballer I'm for yampa say na a new Edubiasi FC I say one signing when I can what can footballers until ube so TV now be TV ube one tell the winner o jimo boy now the win shema on the all year no haka say one can moon nim so bobo na am for who's excuse bio yin ya de check a chebi kakra a chemu so no so wo hankasa just enche kra eye milo I blasters coach obe feni say on brand on be blast o say nya ne nwa kakan kakra didi man ti am for ye hwe nim say eye blasters color p e bia na le win di kwa akakopim won komo fufuru ma akwa say na watwi bia ye actor samajete fe dodo afa ni titi ase na watwi bia ni nse metudwa but anya sa asem de say na ye koso na yenso ya chem na emhu na ma hu ye ko eye titi kire ma wuti fie hu ne obia wo fie say oye wo jere na o ma wasum dwo na say otetewa ebe de na ne o ye nyina akoso chema ye ne yire ye kan ye ken abrabo ase ankoyi amane na ne asei ni nyina ne yire fabi na yire zo ka ho cause no man asumdwe na kasa ni sei titi chema na ofe man kasa but ono na anu tomo se ne mba ye a94 ya o ide wo bwan kaka bia na wo sesum kaka no sesum kaka nti o chema nya se bia ono amosori amobre minute na sei na wo ye sei na no wo abase o ne ho achi no na ne ho achi no chema abrabo ne de se no ana net na your partner so mo asumdwe wa ebe de na wo so akowani Ghana for the so nim say yensa no yede o Ghana ni obia na so bare mabomodin ni aduama wa bo say aduan yankasa ni na ye ba krom ha de ye Ghana jollof I onim say fi bebre ye Nigeria de bia ye kusa ye Nigerian jollof any Ghana jollof ni ye de na ye de but so ya se wa bomodin na wa Nigeria ka o be fisa na nkofo ka nyeme na meka but wo se Ghana de na na eko de yi na ye yemi ala de Nigeria ni numtini okohia ye Ed Sheeran UK numtini num say Ed Sheeran de wa ba Ghana ha bebre on fuse num nyina be ye nyom ni ade wo hwe anybody kwa Ghana tattoo one hu na yi ala de ko bon hu so bisa ni so eye Ghana jollof ni Nigeria jollof ni ene na Ed Sheeran say sister won say ya no de ondi Nigeria jollof me fuche ma de enye de o ye de nkodi ba Ghana de na wedi ni de obe kasa de mu A1 Ghana jollof ni e wona de betoto na ya semi bebe na ne be hwe Nigeria fu wo di so mu say wundi and ne ye wudi anka wure nka na okay ba manfo Ghana jollof all the way no waka kanzo ni ase no waka bi ahweda na wo beja sa ankomo na mudin Ghana Jollof na eko na ye ka ye mi alada ase mi man ye fa Nigeria ni numtini siwa savage an wonum se ne ho nsem de bebre na watwetwe na me che so eye ni sex tape bi o mafo chirema ni sex tape bi aba bedu ankofo ka se on first can brand yes I will be leaking sister each my orin first ke bi amba cause odi ma won ene o chama sansa ka se on fa be na to mo be blackmailing ni santi se mo be release am de mo release am for your place and kadi amba out ye be share video na aba out ye na be share wase mi de will be sex tape ba out I am mo cheche am for se won ti ase o ade a onipa onu so wo ba onu so wo carry onu so wo na ababo ni mistake bi mpo na akoba na video ya ba out am ko cheche ne ade they say den koma wo kan ne se wo yo bia ana so yo ma wa has because sex tape ye be bra yi kro ne ye kra won se won hu ne nim ta akokọ ye say ye mia na na ya e ba na ye hwa ko change se ye srema obi se send ni naked picture send ni picture say video sister menye munum bebe be adwun se munum ya Jackson nyumtuni the first no yi movie e kuma wood movie be zire sister ya ba betunum young girl na wotwa no duanya e 21 years na ya Jackson de wonum se nkofo kirema aya pictures bi otwitwa no amoze nufu kakra we yi na ne hu kakra ntare short yi ni adi otumi wo stage performance e ka de na ka sister uniform na akwako eyi egu ba ne papa kirema ni nyina ye showbiz oya we onu do so ne ba ne na tifi onim onu ane ye mba onim se ya nkofo kaka ne ho asem but o kirema enye se ne ba ne sa na oti o enye sa na oti eye showbiz keke nti mu hu se we yi ne ho ana se picture bi na se o se de bi ne ba na onya ahya wo ne se na nkofo kan eye adwuma keke nti na ayo yesa na se na ma be sorry so mo ma mfa we ntwem eye wo ha na ehu se eye ntunu bi young upcoming artist bi o fe ne icon wo kirema o se Kweku Darlington an we wia ne nwum ngona yeso okay na nwum no mu abie nyina mu fa mu nwum no ba na ye ntie na ye hwe ne a we wia but ma fu kirema eye icon onu no o release nwum ni edi kan kwa deda cause nyom na trend ase no wo studio bi na o rezi nyom no title ni disika kankan ena na na oto kakra but onu chema nyom no wan fan betu dwawo wan man official o post ya na ja o delete so scan sheda ni ko sound in coming there won sheda ni ska bi anti oda ko she fridge mu se ne ho ye da na o release nyom afede o ho ne Kweku Darlington wo se we wia nyom na krom hade wo ka ho a we wia nyom da bebre wo ko ebi wa na sheda anyampa wo se wo sample ye Kwame UG Mr. Domu no mudin abem ha ye nka ne bebre but asam ne kirema eye Kweku Darlington su tema wen wia nyom no an nyom na ye icon ka se nyom no wen wia omu nyina e release nyom nti ze wonte ya na wakoye YouTube na wakotie nyom ni bi ofani sika kankan na wahwe se difference o man say the same thing na but icon ye interview bi no kirema eye Kweku Darlington on ne management wa threaten kwa se wo bekum o se ayi Kweku Darlington on no kan sa aboa na ye so ye boa ose Kweku Darlington ka se obekum no be yi nefi ho ni management nso aka se se wo gusi de nam no wo grant interviews na waka se Kweku Darlington ewia no nwum de ene won sha no wo court nti ye de ni de chi se na court case no meko bia ye de sem na ebebe na wo twi de onim se ebi wo mankasa mo am se free shata wale o mo am se funny face yambo an edoso nti ye de ni de chama boni da se ne ye beko bia me no abeson makramo.
It's often said that a photo is worth 1,000 words, and memories are timeless treasures of the heart. In this edition of People and Places, my guest and I will take you back in time to experience some of these beautiful memories. We are at the oldest photo studio in Ghana, located in Jamestown in Accra. And this place has some of the most interesting photographs and memories you could ever think of. I have some wonderful people who would help us go through these photos and tell us the story and history behind the establishment of this place. I am Wanda Ami Hagan, and thank you for making time with us on this episode of People and Places. After the break, we'll meet our guests and get right into the gist. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. So our guest is Mrs. Kate Tamaklo. She's the granddaughter of J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, the owner of this studio. And now she's in charge of running and manning the place to ensure that it's in good shape and available for you and I, to have access to it. So we are having a conversation with her, and thank you again for having us here. We have a wonderful thing.
Coming.
Great. Okay, so I just want to know how old this studio is.
We are in 2021, so Diogratia's studio is 98 now.
98.
Turning 99 in November and 100 next year.
Wow. This is way older than, it was established way before some of us were born.
Established in 1920.
And yet it still looks good. You're doing well with keeping the place,
Thank you.
I must say. Tell us a little about the studio. You've told us when it was established, but who established it?
It was established in 1922 by my grandfather, J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy.
Who was he?
My grandfather was a photographer. He started taking photos when he was 23.
Okay.
He had a passion for taking photographs of people, and then he was able to establish the photo studio in 1922 and called it Diogratia's Studio.
Okay.
Which means in Latin, thanks be to God.
Okay.
So he was finally able to establish it, which excited him. So he named it Diogratias, meaning thanks be to God.
Okay, but why did he name it Diogratias?
Well, I wasn't there, but my dad did tell me that he had a very difficult childhood. His parents were not very wealthy. So when he took to photography and he realized, he could afford to buy a camera and take pictures of people and earn a living, he was excited. So he decided to thank God by naming it Diogratias, which means thanks be to God.
Okay, and what was his motivation?
I think he admired what people wore, what he could see. It was like, I think I can take pictures of all these people and, look at them later. People would come in and he would share what he took or the experience he had at either a festival or some other place of interest.
Okay. Was your grandfather Ghanaian?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, then it was an interesting choice of a name. A Ghanaian naming his studio in Latin.
Yes, I don't know the history very well, but I think those days, Latin played a large role as well in the English language, so he must have picked it from there.
Okay.
I'm assuming, yeah.
Okay, but do you know when he took the first photo?
Ooh. 1922 is a long time ago. I've seen a lot of very old pictures in the archives, but which particular picture he took in that year will be difficult to tell.
Okay.
Yes, but I look at them and I look at their hairstyle and the clothes they wear, and I assume maybe amongst 100, one of them was the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did your grandfather stop taking pictures altogether? Do you know that?
I think that must have been in the late or early 80s.
Okay.
Yes, when his health, he wasn't too well.
Okay.
That is when I believe he stopped taking photographs, because going out, was not easy for him. Yeah.
And from that time, did he hand over to anybody?
Yes, he did hand over to my dad. My dad was the engraving manager at GTP. Okay. He was in charge of the print on the Dumas. What do you call it? The Dumas print. Yeah. He was in charge of that in the engraving department. So
your dad's name is?
I.H. Bruce Vanderpoy.
Okay.
Isaac Hudson Bruce Vanderpoy. So when his dad, when he was beginning to get much older and not too well, he asked his son, please, you need to come back to the studio and help me, or more or less take over the studio and continue what he started.
Okay.
Yes.
Was your dad the first son, or
no?
Why did he have to take over? And did your grandfather have any other children who helped with the studio?
Yes, my dad was sent abroad by Kwame Nkrumah to study photography.
Okay.
So obviously he knew what it was all about. So that's why he asked him in particular to come back. My uncle also studied photography, but he was younger. No, sorry, he was older. But I don't know, he just chose my dad to come in. But they did work together for some time.
Your uncle
yes,
and your
and
dad?
my dad, yes.
Okay, and where are they now?
My dad is 86 and he's doing fine.
Okay.
But unfortunately, my uncle passed on several years ago.
Okay, so your dad handed over to you?
Yes, unfortunately, he's suffering from glaucoma.
Okay.
So obviously he cannot see the lovely pictures anymore. So I am in charge at the moment. But if I'm able to describe the pictures very well, we still talk about them. Yeah.
Okay. And before we end and go through the photographs around here, it's been, you mentioned, over 90 years.
Exactly.
Do people still come here?
There are two categories of people that come here. You have those who are from the immediate surrounding. They still come in to take maybe their passport pictures, or maybe there's a festival happening around and they are all dressed up. So they come in and have their photograph taken. And then there are the tourists who come around, want to know about the studio, the history, so those are the other category of people who come here. Or there are students, foreign students who are working on their thesis, then they come in here, or research, and then we help them with that.
You mentioned people come here to take photographs from time to time.
Yes.
That means you still have photographers. Like who does the picture taking now?
Oh, there's a lady here we have, she's called Charity. She does very good. She does very well. They come in all dressed up and she takes their photograph.
So we have like studio photographs and passport pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
Some people also come in and ask her to go into the field. Maybe there are parties happening, engagements, then she goes with them.
To capture the moment.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So the studio has never really shut down.
That's great to know.
Yeah.
And talking about tourists, which kind of people come here more often? Are they foreigners, or do Ghanaians patronize this place a lot?
Not so much Ghanaians. Usually the Ghanaians would come with the foreigners because they have expressed interest. Yes. So I must say very few Ghanaians, come in here to have a look at the pictures. But when they do come in, they're very fascinated.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of photos. I'm sure there are a lot more, in the archives. And we'll get into that a little after the break. But thank you for sharing the story about your grandfather and the establishment of this place. It's an interesting story.
Thank you.
All right. And so that's Mrs. Tamaklo telling us a little bit about this place. But there's more. So stay with us as we go for this quick break. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
This is still People and Places. Thank you for staying with us. And now we are going to do a tour of the gallery. We just want to see some of the, historical pictures they have here. Each picture has a story and has a memory, and we are going into that. To help us do that, we have Kofi Yeboah here. He has been working here for a while, and he's also a historian. And so he'll help us do that. How are you, sir?
Very good.
Great. And so how long have you been here?
Okay, I think my outings to actually get pictures to complement the story I was doing on Kwame Nkrumah brought me a couple of years ago, and from that time on, I'm so much in love with these black and white pictures, the histories behind them, because trust me, this pictures actually chronicles the history, in fact, the modern history of the Gold Coast, from 1922 into the 50s, Kwame Nkrumah's birth. In fact, there are pictures here. Kwame Nkrumah at 17 years old, Kwame Nkrumah at Chimota and all of that. So yes, it's fascinating, and from that time on, I've not been able to let it go.
So it means you've had some of the pictures here complement your
Absolutely,
your work.
Yes. I have a large book on Kwame Nkrumah called Kwame Nkrumah, the man who took the first piece of Britain's African empire. And most of the pictures here are from the studio.
Wow. Would have a look at that book. But for now, we just want to see what we have here.
Okay. So this is Opera Cinema, this is Orion Cinema. These were a chain of cinemas dotted around the country those times, Picona, some in the northern region, and all of that. And so these are pictures that were taken at the time. I think until the advent of all this cheap, if you like, Panasonic's, VCR and stuff, all this, how do you call it, cinemas are now gone into obscurity. So this is Jamestown as it was probably in the 30s into the 40s. The slave trade was over. These were piers that were made to bring cocoa and palm oil from the hinterlands to the coast to be transported to Europe and all of that. So this is a beehive of activity. You still will see these piers, there today, though there is a, that sort of renovation going on. So this is what Jamestown looked like. This could be a regatta. This were the spectators, and I think you still have this raised, if you like, platform today, and that's what the picture looks like at the time. And all these ones are done. In fact, they are down now, and you only see a representation of this metallic structure. Now this is glamour, as we know. It's this how do you call it, shops at Mokola. This is what it looks like at the time. Now this is Macmillan, British Prime Minister, the wind of change in South African Parliament. He was here in the Gold Coast, and at the time you have this boat, if you like, boat riders or boatsmen who goes deep into the sea and brings in the passenger, carrying the passenger, because the ship wouldn't come so much to shore, that way it's going to shipwreck. And so it is going to park in the roads, and then these men are going to have an empty chair, hoist you on it and bring you. So this is Macmillan here at Jamestown. Okay? Now, so this is the old Parliament with Kwame Nkrumah's statue in front of it. Then you come to this one quickly. This is Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana's first beauty pageant, Madame Monica Amekwefia. In 1957, as part of the independence celebrations, there was the Miss Ghana Beauty Pageant.
In 1957?
Absolutely. And the one who won it was Madame Monica Amekwefia. And they always actually had their number 9, if you like, thing from her, because her number was number 9, she was an Ewe.
Oh, okay.
And so number 9 is not probably the thing about the 9th region on the, this is just Madame Amekwefia who wore the number, absolutely, she was Ewe. So Ghana's first beauty pageant was an Ewe. Okay, and then this is, what's the name? Holy Spirit, is it? This cathedral, Trinity Cathedral, that is some few minutes walk from here. This is what it looks like. You can see the beach in the background. Okay, this is a picture, this is a deeply relevant picture that was taken in 1948. Now, this is what you could call the nationalists of the Gold Coast, who were made to appear before what we call the Western Committee. The Western Committee was invited into the Gold Coast in 1948 by the British colonial administration to actually investigate the disturbances on 24 February 1948. They actually saw the death of what's the name, Sergeant Ajete, Corporal Tipo, and all of that. And so these are the Gold Coast nationalists at the time, those who the colonial government actually seized as being the reason why that disturbance actually happened.
Okay.
Now, this is J.B. Dankwa. Okay, this is Kwame Nkrumah. Now, this is Akufo-Addo's dad, called Edward Akufo-Addo. So this is Akufo-Addo's uncle.
And then dad.
And this is Akufo-Addo's mom.
Oh,
and this is their lawyer called Dingle Foot. Dingle Foot is a British lawyer who came representing them. This is Akwa Jay. This is Thurston Kofi. This is Awuno, and all of that.
So many great people in one photo.
Absolutely.
Now.
So in this picture, our current president, this Mr. Vivian, and a businessman who was part of the Gold Coast, how do you call it, nationalist effort and arrangement.
Okay.
And so this picture was taken before they appeared at the Western Committee. At the Western Committee, left Kwame Nkrumah with the baby and water in his hand, because they said until he arrived in the Gold Coast on the 24th of December 1947, everything was not what it was at the time. The nationalist zeal and fervor was not in there. So this is a historic picture that was taken before that. Our current president alone had about 3, if you like, relations in there. That's the mother who gave birth to him. That's his dad, and that's the great granduncle or something.
Okay.
Now, this picture was taken in
Independence Day.
1957, but not 6th March. Because this picture was taken midnight. That's the 5th of March. That's what we call the Polo Grounds. And this picture is peculiar because Mr. Van der Poel was there, and he did it by himself, and it has not actually found its way probably on the internet.
So
like the way
this is not the normal we see.
This is the picture, but with a different angle. See Kwame Nkrumah with the hand.
Okay.
You understand? And see how this Krobedu say, this Kujubu Tiu, and then this
So he was there
Bedema.
to witness it himself.
Yes, he was there.
Yes,
he was there himself. Yes.
Great.
So forget about this. How do you call it? The story on the ex-servicemen's program that actually brought the Western Committee in. We are just told by Madame that her father happened to be a friend of J.B. Dankwa. And so when this happened, J.B. Dankwa immediately called in the studio.
J.K. Bruce was a friend of J.B.
Yes. And J.K. Bruce was on the spot at the crossroads where there was blood in the sand. Apparently, Imre, the police superintendent, has shot into this crowd that were demonstrating peacefully to see how they call it, the governor. He must have been very
brave then.
Absolutely. So we are told he actually came into the studio to pick pictures and any evidence he could find to actually help their case before the Western Committee. And this is the man who did all of this, who actually gave us the opportunity of the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, and what it says with Gold Coast modernity. Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And that's Auntie Kate's dad. That's Mr. Isaac Hudson Van der Poel, who continues this legacy. And so from here, you're going to see pictures that actually, chronicle.
Just before you go on, I see a younger version of him.
Yes.
Was this?
I think when he's he might have been in Germany, because he did a photographic program in Germany sponsored by Kwame Nkrumah. So that picture might have been taken in Germany.
Right.
And so yes, you're going to find these pictures that will give us a certain degree of historical chronology of the Gold Coast. It was not all that people think it was. It was a society of, if you like, men and women who knew what time it is or what time it was within that time frame. And so at the time, what it was is that photography was a big deal. And so if you find someone taking pictures, what it means that the person is well-to-do. And photography was centered here on the coast. And so it could have been difficult for Mr. Van der Poel to go into Hinterland, probably Kumasi, the northern region, and take pictures and stuff. And so most of these pictures are spelling what it was with the thing of influence and big manism and that sort of thing. So you're going to see Red Spots band, you're going to see E.T. Menson's band and all of that. And I'm telling you, at the time, this was privilege. Okay, now this is Kwame Nkrumah again at Achimota, and the year is 1929. And this is young Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah, that's a rare photo.
Absolutely, yes. And so Bruce Van der Poel was at Achimota, probably the official photographer of Achimota School, and he was able to see Kwame Nkrumah when he came to Achimota very new, when he was about 17 years old, freshly fetched from the forest of Nkrofo, throughout his time and becoming prime minister, coming back. Now look at this picture over there with the rest of the, how do you call it, Ghanaian statesmen. Very young man. And so this man saw Kwame Nkrumah like this. In fact, I have a picture of him in this Ntoma stuff. He saw Kwame Nkrumah this way, and then this guy was in the States for 10 years, was in the UK for 12 years, came back, and this man was still taking photos. So you can imagine, from one end to the other. And I believe in 1972 when Kwame Nkrumah died, J.K. Bruce Van Der Poel was still alive. Yeah. Okay, so these are musical bands. This is a picture of Akwaje. Akwaje reputed to be the man who actually gave the idea about Kwame Nkrumah coming in. This is a picture of probably some colonial officials or some members of the Asian community, which was very huge here in the Gold Coast and all of that. This is the Jamestown chief called Nia Bebio. Okay, this could be some society brothers and all of that. So, and this is the chief of how do you call it? This is again Mancha Bebio with colonial authorities. I can see Governor Hodgson, who was a governor of the British governor of the Gold Coast some time ago. And then you have this beautiful background that most pictures were taken against, like this little girl. This girl sat on this very chair and took this picture. So the chair is still here. It could be in the 30s or something. And this could be the daughter of some colonial official somewhere. You understand? This is a picture that was taken in someone's home, probably a certain ruling family. And then
I
again,
assume this chair is also as old as
exactly.
table.
These are all historical pieces that shouldn't be allowed to actually pass under the carpet that way. Yeah. And you have some secret societies, like this is the Independent Order of Good Templars. Yes, taken in the 30s. This is a girls' guide sort of group. And then there's a famous picture of a judge called Manu Plange. Manu Plange was, I think, a justice of the Supreme Court. There's a picture of a family. Recently, some people are coming in, they are able to identify their forebears within their fathers and their mothers are all in this picture. And that sort of thing. Yeah, so this studio is speaking loudly, a language that you'll not be able to hear until those who have the nexus comes in. People are coming in, they're telling you, please, this is my grandmother, this is my grandfather, and all of that. I'm holding this how they call it, a collage, because I wanted to show you JB Dankwa. So JB Dankwa was in the studio. This is him fully in his loyalty. Yes, he's a friend to the founder of the studio, J.K. Bruce. So he was here with these pictures were taken in the studio. That's him.
Wow.
Yes. This one probably outside, yes, in his heyday. Yeah. And what it is that he was a good friend to the old man, and so that was an opportunity for the old man to explore, get to places that he wouldn't have been able to get to without that sort of connection. So yes.
What would you tell me are some of the biggest events that J.K. Bruce covered?
5th March 1957, Polo Grounds. The other one is the visit of the Queen in the 60s. You understand? Another one could be, how do you call it, the coming in of the British Prime Minister. What I have shown you before we got to this place, and many if you like, occasions that we've not been able to
capture.
Not only capture, but discover. Because like Auntie Kate is telling you, these pictures were taken on glass plates.
Okay, so what exactly does it mean to capture pictures on a glass plate?
Okay, yes, so this is what a glass plate looks like. And so glass plates probably was the beginning of the processing that is going to give you the picture it should give you. And so this is a picture that is printed and is in this studio. And so I'd like you to see this picture. And so this is the Kolebu laundry. And so look at it. So this is what it is. This is the negative, if you like, but we call it glass plate. We're not calling it film like it used to in the 90s into the 2000s. And so this is a glass plate. That is the picture that is printed over there.
And that's the image of?
Yes.
Of which facility?
This is what we call the Kolebu laundry, and I think it's still present. Yes. So the picture we'll get on this one. Then after the processes, you get it that way. And so we came to meet what you call the negatives that could be rolled into your pocket or into a little receptacle. But this one is this way, stern and hard as anything.
Okay, so there was this one before there was a film.
Absolutely, yes. Today they are all out of use. And so this is where, if you like, the exposure or the processes that is going to lead to the final prints are done on the glass plate.
So this is the machine.
Absolutely, this is the machine that was used to do the exposure. And I think with some other processes in the dark room, then ultimately you're going to get your black and white picture the way it is today. So yes, the Dio Gratias is hugely, if you like, a repository of not only ancient history, but modern history, modern Gold Coast history, and I think we should not lose sight of that.
You mentioned a number of big events J.K. Bruce covered.
Yes.
But did he happen to be at any event when the revolution was happening?
I think his son did. Auntie Kate's dad, Isaac Hudson, did. Yes. We have seen pictures of President Rawlings and Carline, all of that. And so that could be the subject matter of a different day. Yes. So this is the Queen's visit here in the Gold Coast. And again, J.K. Bruce Vanderpool was there, you know, exposing, how do you call it, pictures for the benefit, yes, for the benefit of us today. These are beautiful pictures of probably Ghanaian maidens. Recently, this headgear or headwear became a subject of scrutiny. We are all like, how did this one come about? The thing looks like a coconut husk salt, but somehow along the line,
a mushroom.
Yes, we are able to learn this is a combination and overuse, if you like, over time, putting together of hairs and creams in them and stuff like that. They get that one.
I see.
So the women of the times will wear this one before they are seen as, if you like, as modern as they could be. Yeah. There is another picture that Auntie Kate keeps on, if you like, narrating to us about this British soldier, the first Ghanaian man to be commissioned into the British Army. And this picture was here. The daughters came around and immediately got it. They said, this is me, and this is my dad. And so that's the fascination this studio actually gives. This is Kwame Nkrumah, the height of his powers. And you see Krobo say, you see Afrogbedi, the Minister of Finance and all of them. Krobo at the time was the Minister of Agric. And so you see, I think, a minister without portfolios. So these are Coco and that sort of thing. Yes, this the boxing fraternity. Yes, this is what we call the Stanford Sports Association. That was established in 1947. I think it's out of style and fashion. And so now this is Stanley Matthews, a renowned British footballer who visited, I believe, the National Sports Council at the time. Now this picture is very historical. Why is it so? This picture might have predated independence 1957 and all of that, because you find Governor Hodgson and all of them here. You understand? This is probably the Joint Provincial Council of whatever it is, or what it was, if you like, a mixture of colonial administrators and Gold Coast representative ruling the Gold Coast. So immediately you see J.B. Dankwa. Where are you? This is J.B. Dankwa. So J.B. Dankwa was part of, exactly, yes. He was a Gold Coast elite. He was a lawyer. He was looked up to when matters of Gold Coast actually services and stuff like that. And so this picture is immensely relevant and deeply historical. And then again, this is a businessman. I'm told, is it Pambros? Leventis, I think they are Greeks. Okay, so this is a chief. This is the Minister of Finance, Agbeli Bedema. This is the French ambassador. This is Achimhene Oforiata. This is J.K. Bruce Vanderpool, the founder of the Dio Gratia studio on his horseback. And this is a picture of the Dio Gratia studio itself. Yep.
But does J.K., I mean the son of J.K., Isaac, does he have a photograph here with Mrs. Kate?
With the daughter?
Tamaklu,
there are a lot of pictures, family pictures. I think she will have to fetch one for you shortly. There is a picture of their dad, their mom, and all of that. Okay, good. These are family pictures. This is probably a depot right, or if you like, Samotofuyo right, right, that are held for girls who are actually getting into their puberty. And that sort of thing. Then there's a picture everybody loves. This is a picture of a Jamestown Queen with her attendant taken in the 1930s.
Jamestown Queen?
Yes.
Oh, so this is how the culture was at the time?
Absolutely. Her attendants, most of them goes bare-chested and that sort of thing. And wherever they go, if you read the history of the Akaibi, you actually understand what I'm saying. Women actually go along with the queen and they attend to her and that sort of thing. Yes. So Kwame Nkrumah again with the queen of the British queen and head of the Commonwealth, with the husband Prince Philip who died recently, and then with the mayor of Accra at the time. Okay. Now again, this picture has here the father and mother of the former mayor of Accra, the mother of the former mayor of Accra, Nunu Abate Ifeu. He came into the studio recently and he was able to identify that. And then again, the mother of the former chairman of the CPP is a Ladin Islander.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So again, it is not too far away from us.
Okay.
You understand?
You've shown us around and giving us a bit of history.
Yeah.
I'm actually in a history class today.
Sure.
But do you happen to know how many photos in total you would have? Of course, the photos displayed here may just be a part of what you have.
Yes.
There are others in the archives which cannot fit in here.
Exactly.
But would you have an idea?
Yes, Auntie Kate has, if you like, so much on a laptop.
Okay.
She scanned some of this glass plate.
Okay.
I think she was able to get access to a printer, or if like a scanner that could actually do this trick about the glass plate. So she's been able to scan most of them, and they are sitting on her system. Their pictures, she just pops up and it's like, you know, you never believe or you never knew this was part of the collection. So yes, and again, like I said earlier, most of the glass plates, because those who lived around did not know or understood its essence whatsoever it is, most of them have been destroyed. But apart from that, she has pictures that
Quite
we can
a
fall
number.
on, yes, to tell a very strict chronological history of the Gold Coast from the 1920s.
Over 400, maybe 500 pictures here.
If I'm not going to exaggerate, it will be over 1,000.
Okay.
Pictures taken from
That's a lot.
1922 to the 70s into the 80s, when Rollins had his school and all of that. This is a whole
1,000.
yes, this is a whole museum, if you like.
Okay.
Yes, so
Great.
yes.
Okay, so Kofi, you've told us a lot about this historic edifice.
Sure.
And the number of photos we have
Sure.
here. But I think I've seen some cameras in this cabinet
Display.
of glass. Yes. Can you tell us a little about them? Which of them was used by J.K. Bruce? Which of them was used by Isaac? And do you know their functions, if I may ask?
Okay. That's a tall order, and that's a task that probably Auntie Kate will be able to, do us the honor. But this way, you could be able to, you know, say today that these cameras are antiquated, but in their time, they were the best, camera, photo pieces and that sort of thing. Yes, I believe these cameras that were older than this one were used by J.K. Bruce Vanderpoy, and this ones might have been used by his son, because this one looks a bit modern than what is up there. Yes,
okay.
and trust me, you know, in those times, this could be the best you actually could lay hands on to take pictures. And so, from the shutter speed of these cameras, we have all the pictures we have here and probably beyond, you know. And again, at the time, trust me, it's a big deal to actually have such pieces of machines or machinery that could capture images the way they did now. So you might be looking at them this way, but trust me, they have done a human's job and help us to actually get a peep into what it was in the past, which is so important. We were not there, but today we have seen what happened, you know, in the times, and we can put our pencil through it and if you like, string it beautifully as we've been able to see it today.
Right. That's a lot of details about what you have here in the studio.
Sure.
But you know, there's still more here on the show. We give you everything you need to know. We don't just serve you half of the details. So there's still more. And we have another wonderful person who will be speaking to shortly. But Kofi, thank you for sharing this bit of history with us.
Cheers. I'm a friend to the studio.
Great.
And trust me, there is no place here in this country that you can be able to find such collection.
Thank you once again. I have with me Mr. Daniel Awule Tete. He is also a historian and an archivist. He has some more details to tell us and give us context and perspective as far as these pictures are concerned. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much.
And many thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
What do the pictures here represent for Ghana?
Right. The pictures here are very important for the history of the Gogos, what used to be the Gogos and is now Ghana. Right. You see that all the pictures here can be put into 3 categories.
Okay.
1, political pictures. 2, economic pictures.
Okay.
3, socio-cultural pictures. And I would like to give a little bit of historical details, with regard to the 3 categories that I've given you.
Okay.
Now, first, we must know why this place is called Jamestown and what Jamestown actually stood for. During the pre-colonial, colonial, and then the independence and post-independence, right? Jamestown was established as far back as 1672 by a British company called the Company of Royal Adventurers of England Trading with Africa. Now that company was started by the King of England called King Charles II to supply 3,000 African slaves to the British West Indies and the Americas. So they had a mission, the company had a mission for coming here. Now, the leader of the company was called James Stuart. James Stuart was the brother of King Charles, and he happened to be the largest shareholder in the company. So he was made the governor of the company. So when they landed, it's a long story, but I'll try and make it very brief for you. When they landed here, they got the land which belonged to a clan called the Sempe clan. The Sempe people had their deity there called Oyeni, which is still there. But then the agreement was that they would be allowed every year to go and worship their god, which was inside the fort. Right? So when the fort was completed, it was named after James. And that's how we got the name Jamestown. Of course, yes. There had been another Jamestown in the US. Right? But that one is spelled Jamestown as one word. But this one is James, one word, and town, one word.
The town of James.
Yes, the town of James. And normally we would like to distinguish between Jamestown in the US and Jamestown in Ghana. So we call it Jamestown, British Accra.
Okay.
So most of the old folks know this place as Jamestown, British Accra. Jamestown, British Accra, because there was Dutch Accra, which is the next, European colony. Dutch Accra, established by the Netherlands, and that's where we have the Fort Krivecoeur, which is now known as the Usher Fort. Then there was another European colony, which was the Danish Accra, and that's where we have the Christiansborg Castle. Right? Of all these 3 colonies, Jamestown became the primus inter pares because the English wanted to build Jamestown as a demonstration of British power and majesty and trade.
Okay, Mr. Tete, that's you going into details about Jamestown. But we want to take that, I think it's a whole story on its own.
Yes.
The history of Jamestown. And we'll get into that in maybe in another subsequent episode. But you mentioned in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned 3 separations, so 3 things that the pictures represent.
Right.
You mentioned economic, you mentioned political. Can you delve into details?
Yes. Politically, these pictures, or some of these pictures depict the struggle for independence. Now, Kwame Nkrumah was, we've been told, was part of the Big Six. Now, after the 28th February shooting, the Big Six were arrested, and some were put at Usher Fort, and then some were put at James Fort. Kwame Nkrumah was put at James Fort, and it was there that when the elections were held in 1954 or so, he won, and then he was released to come and form the government machinery, right? So that is a bit of the political history that I'm talking to you about. Then Kwame Nkrumah stood at Jamestown. By then it was known as Asedu Keteke. He stood there to contest the election, right? He stood there to contest the election. Then some of the important events that took place in the political struggle took place in Jamestown, a particular place called Palladium. I don't know whether you've heard of the Palladium Cinema. These were some of the places where they were holding some of their meetings, right? And so Jamestown played a very important role in the political development and organization of Accra, right? Then economically, because the harbor was here, Jamestown became the big hive of economic activities. 24/7, there's community that never slept. Ships were coming, goods were coming, cocoa, manganese, everything was passing through Jamestown, right? And that brought about a whole gamut of life, nightlife, CV hotel, people were enjoying themselves on weekends. There were bands playing GT, Mensa, Ramblers, and what have you. And you had all kinds of people, in Jamestown. Then there was, how will I describe it? A very good transport system where the workers those working in the harbor, and then those who were doing all kinds of businesses were all coming to Jamestown, right? So the transport system was said that it was so good. There were buses, going around, from Jamestown to the outskirts, Choko, and then to Labadi, and then back, right? 24 hours, right? We had the harbor police, the marine police. All these people were in Jamestown. Then finally, as far back as 1672, this leader of the Alata people called Osho, whose name was later on changed to Wechekojo, became so influential that he asked his English masters, please, can you get me a school for my people? You people are well educated, and that's why you've managed to come all the way from England to this place to come and trade with us. Can I have a school to have my people educated? So the first school, public school in the Gogos was established in Jamestown, which became known as the Accra Royal School. You see some of the pictures of the Accra Royal School, maybe in your subsequent listing. So Accra Royal School became the first public school. Not that there was no education or there was no schooling, but the education that existed before the coming into being of Accra Royal School was for the children of mixed races. The white people, who married the Africans and then they had children. The people we call the Bolatos. See, so they were being given education within the forts and castles. So the other people did not have access to formal education. So Accra Royal School came into being and changed all this. Right? And the school was called Accra Royal School because it was named after the company of royal adventurers of England trading with Africa.
Let's talk a little about the socio-economic.
The socio-cultural. And like I said, with the economic activities came the social activities, because the way of life of the people, had to be maintained, right? And so the culture of the people, marriages, pregnancy, childbirth, outdooring, festivals, all these things were taking place within the context of the development of Jamestown. And these were some of the things which fascinated, the owner of Dio Grata Photo Studio. He didn't want these things to pass by, right? Much as he was capturing pictures on the political and economic, development, he was also interested in the social development of the people, especially the rituals pertaining to Homowo Festival, you know, the outdooring, you know, the, you know, Ojura Festival, you know, the Twin Festival, anything which has to do with the social and cultural development of the people, you know, fascinated him, and he had to, you know, capture this permanently, right? So maybe in future, if you come here, you will see some of these pictures.
Talking about books, Mr. Tete and Mr. Yeboah, who we spoke to earlier, they have a book, and it's a historical piece that everyone should try to get a copy of. But like you heard, he's been talking about the history of Jamestown and putting some of the pictures here in perspective. So we'll just hold on to the Jamestown story for later, when we'll have time to actually go into the history of Jamestown. But thank you very, very much, Mr. Tete, for speaking to us. We're grateful for your time. So I'm sure we've all learned something intriguing from Mr. Tete, but the history bit of it will be tackled, you know, in another episode of this show. You get it right here. So just keep watching People and Places, our subsequent episodes, and you get all the information you need. But we are wrapping up, and we'll just have a brief conversation with Mrs. Tamaklo. We want to find out what plans she has and for this studio, because it's a magnificent place, and she probably has plans to renovate or expand this business. So let's speak to her. So Mrs. Tamaklo, this place is still in shape, but you know, time has gone past, and you're trying to, I think Kofi mentioned that you're trying to scan some of the pictures and other things. But do you have any plans for your studio to expand it, to make it bigger, to get more people interested in coming to see what you have here?
Definitely. One of my the things I'd really like to do is to print and publish several coffee table books, because there's so many pictures in the archive. You know, I think that's the best way to display them and portray them and show them off in coffee table books.
Coffee table books?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are books, you know, very large books where you have pictures, you know, of the studio that describe them and tell a bit of history. You know, that you can find probably in companies on their center table or anywhere you go. You know, people can just flip through. You know, you don't need to tell a long story, just a picture and what it's about.
Okay. And when people come here, do they just come to look at the pictures, or do they come to buy some of the pictures for their works?
Yes, most people come to look at it and they would like to buy it as well, you know, but for me, I hesitate to sell the pictures. You know, I would want to put them in the book, so there are several of them, and then you buy the entire book.
Okay.
But we've sold a few. You know, people have been very persistent and want to have the photo for their project. So we have sold a few in the past.
Okay, so when should we be looking forward to this project?
We are celebrating our 100 years next year, and obviously before that time, we hope, with the help of Kofi and Mr. Tete, be able to put together a few books before 2022.
Mrs. Tamaklo, before I leave you, your dad handed over this business to you. Do you have plans to train somebody new to? Are any of your children into photography? Do you intend to hand over to them? Who do you think will take charge when you are unavailable?
Yeah, that's a big question. You know, I've been so excited myself, you know, getting involved, scanning and, you know, doing all sorts of things with the pictures where I think very little about that. But I have to know that we are all mortals, you know. My children, you know, they have little interest, you know, but sometimes they do express that interest. You know, I still hope to get them on board. You know, get them a little more interested and have a fourth generation. You know, yes, inherit it and probably do other things. You know, But I also hope to extend this place, probably build it, build a few more floors, because there's so many pictures and we need walls to display them.
Yeah.
So have probably every floor with a different theme, that people could come in and be told the story.
Yeah. It's been wonderful speaking to you and your team, and we are grateful for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in.
And so that's how we wrap up another edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. It's been my pleasure bringing you this episode, and thank you for making time to join all of us to hear these beautiful narrations. Until we meet in another exciting edition, stay safe and take care. I am Wanda Amihegan.